Hello, namaste. Good afternoon from New Delhi, India. We are into the round 9 of the Women Grand Prix taking place here in New Delhi from the 25th of March to the 6th of April. We are your hosts, International Master Soumya Swaminathan here. With me, Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay from India, 7 times national champion and Arjuna awardee.
Welcome all. The games are about to begin. So let's look at the position in the tournament. 8 rounds are over. 3 more rounds. Today is the commencement of ninth round, and let's see how the players are placed in this and who is leading and the other statistics of the tournament.
Wow, so we see that the tournament leadership hasn't changed because Bibisara still leads the tournament with 5 points. She drew her game yesterday against second place Zhu Jinner, who is trailing by only half a point. She is on 4.5. Goryachkina Lano tie on for the third and fourth place with 4 points each. Lano yesterday had a great chance to be tied with Zujiner on 4.5 because she was winning in the final position, but a tough combination to find in so less time. On fifth place is Polina Shuvalova, who won against Vaishali yesterday. She's on 3.5 now. And Humpy and Harika are Indian superstars tied for the sixth and seventh place with 3 points. Harika picking up her first win of the tournament yesterday against Nino Batsiashvili. Nana Zagnidze had a rest day yesterday and she'll be looking to score very strongly in the last 3 rounds and come back. Right now she's on 2 points in the 8th place. R. Vaishali and Nino Batsiashvili tied for the ninth and 10th places. Let's not forget this is the toughest event for women, one of the toughest women in the world, and players like R. Vaishali and Nino Batsiashvili's caliber are tied in the last place with 1.5 points each, but they have 3 more rounds to go, so they have ample scope to improve their ranking in this tournament. Let's now have a look at the pairings for today. So there we have round 9 pairings on the screen. Bibisara Asubayeva of Kazakhstan plays against Nana with the black pieces. There is an all India clash between Vaishali and Humpy, and this will be a game we will have a longer look at in today's stream. On the third board, there is Nino versus Polina Shuvalova. Nino has had 2 losses in a row, and this is a very important game for her. She has to put a break to the losses. Let's see how she deals with it today. And on the fourth board, there's Alexandra Gorechkina playing against Dronavali Harika.
Yes, let's come to the matches they have played before this because the players are at the world level and they have played with each other. So Bibisara has played with Zhagzhigze for totally only 5 games. They belong to different generations, I think, and perhaps that's the reason. But Bibisara has scored 3 points, 3 wins over Nana's only one, and that's creditable. And the same color they have played 4 games, and Bibisara has played Queen's Gambit, which Nana has generally played Tartakor variation and once Ragozin, and I think 2 or 3 Tartakor variations. So a very interesting battle. We'll see both the variations, Tartakor and Ragozin, are very sharp way of dealing with opponent's Queen's Gambit. So Queen's Gambit declined. Tartakor is something we are likely to see here. It's a very sharp game. Second board, we have Vaishali against Konuro Hampi. Again, players from different generations. They have played 14 games overall, and the score is 3 wins for Vaishali and 6 wins for Konuro Hampi. The same color, they have played 7 games. They've generally been Petrov defense, that is the Russian defense, e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, as we'll see. And of course, on one occasion, Vaishali has played King's Indian attack, this King's Indian defense with white. So again, interesting game. Third board, Nino Batsiashvili is playing against Polina Shuvalova. So they have played 4 games. The score is 2-1 in favor of Nino. And the same color, they have played 2 games, both of which Nino has won. She has played Queen Pawn irregular once and once Catalan. And on the fourth board, we have Goryachkina and solid player, Indian solid player Harika, who rarely loses. They have played 13 games, and the score is 4 for Goryachkina and 2 for Harika. With the same color, they have played as many as 9 games, and it has been mainly King's Indian defense against d4, or Queen's Gambit decline may run. And against e4, Harika has played only French defense with her. So let's see if the games have begun and if the players are sticking to what they chose in other important tournaments like Chess Olympiad and World Championships, or they are prepared something very new. I think we can expect something very new on Harika's game, but as Soumya has often pointed out that she prepares something new every day. But I think other the players are likely to stick to their strong weapons, their strong holds. Let's see.
Yes, it is anybody's guess what will be the openings for today. The games have not yet begun, so we are still waiting for the games to begin. Let us now have a look at. Oh, we have the player camps there, and there's Nana's board with um,
So I think we have a lot of matches going on here, and in Nana's game, as you can see, Nana is playing against Bibisara. Bibisara is the youngest participant in this tournament, and she is leading. Not only that, she is the reigning world Blitz champion, and last year before December 2021, she had won the World Rapid Championship. So Rapid and Blitz, where reflexes are more important, and the classical chess, I think classical chess requires more or less of greater knowledge of game, and generally the higher rated players or the senior players are expected to be better in classical chess, but I'm surprised that the youngsters are doing very well here. The two players who are leading, Bibisara and this Zhu, they are both are the youngest participants in the tournament. So a sort of very creditable result so far. Let's come to the game between Bibisara and Nana. So game has begun. A few moves have been played. What opening does it look like, Soumya? It's
before having a look at the opening, let's have a look at the player stats, which we will have on the screen for all our new viewers. I think it would be nice for them to have a look at what are the current rankings of these world-class players at the moment.
Yeah, as we can see, here we have Bibisara. Bibisara, as I said, she is the reigning world champion in the uh, um, blitz format. That is the 3 minutes game. That's very difficult. And of course, she was also under the 15 uh, minutes chess. That's a rapid chess. And let's look at her other performances. She has been doing very well throughout this tournament, and only a few draws and one loss, but overall a great player in her own right. She had won the world under 8 gold, and after that she hadn't really played so well in the under 10, under 12, but suddenly she has come up with the senior level and fantastic performance in the this specific Grand Prix. Also, she has had a reasonably good score. The players who are rated not at the topmost level have a greater motivation to play in this, because two players from this will qualify to the World Championship. Some players who are the top seeds are qualified into the championship by their own. But yes, I think Bibisara and Zhu have definitely a chance to win this tournament. They're leading since the beginning, and I think Zhu hasn't lost any game, and Bibisara has lost only one game. Now we have got here here Nana's statistics, and Nana has been a very consistent player. So she has been a member of Georgian team several times, and from the very young age she has been a top player. She has won the under 12 World Championship and under 20 World Championship in different years. And in the Grand Prix, as a youngster, as a junior player, she had won the gold in 2010, and in 2020 also she had won one of the Grand Prix gold medal. So that was a fantastic result to have same consistency after 10 years, and we are looking forward to a great tournament by her, and she is capable of playing very great. Georgia had a great tradition of women's chess. Even when the USSR existed, all the players in the USSR women's team used to be from Georgia. And the first woman to become a grandmaster in men's category was Nona Gaprindashvili, a player who was world women's champion for 12 years. And thereafter, it was Maya Chiburdanidze who beat her and became a men's grandmaster as well, and was a reigning world champion for as many as 17 years. So all this, the legacy of all these great players certainly is still playing down when these players are really doing so well. And Dakshinse, I think, has been a great player for almost 15 years now. So let's see how the things are going in their games, and perhaps we look at some other players. Perhaps we could see some other players as well. And yes, we had a great clash that is now likely to take place. And yeah, could we have a slide of some other players? Yeah, we are a great game is likely to be played very soon. And let's come to the uh, boards. Yes, I think they have made some moves, but I think we'll have to wait for the moves, because if we make the moves on the board, then we are not able to go back to the game so easily. So we'll wait for them. But see, look at the way the child is playing. I mean, she's the youngest participant, born in 2004, but very composed. I think she's very concentrated. And perhaps you can, some of you, those who are from India, can remember the stories of how concentrated Arjuna used to be during his test or during his wars. So, I think great example of concentration. Is normally believed that youngsters are not so good at concentrating, but I see a great game between these two. Also, Bibisara has an advantage because her games are little known comparatively. She is a comparatively younger player, not many games available, and it's very important in chess to know about your opponent's styles. If you know the opponent's games, then you know their advantages, disadvantages, and that's very important. So, well, we got the moves, and now let's look at the moves quickly. Interesting position. Looks like a Catalan. Let's go back and see, because there had been a Catalan before. No, it has been always been Queen's Gambit, declined with Tartakovor and Ragozin, and Bibisara had never played G3 against Nana in any of her previous games, 4 games.
Yeah, and we have quite a few moves into the game. So bishop g2 followed by d5, knight f3, d takes c4. So let's point out that white has not played d4. Bibisara is constantly going for this setup. Even against Harika and Humpy, she chose this, and both of them chose d4 over here. Black has taken on c4 in this game. Queen a4 check, bishop d7, queen c4. So the pawn has been picked up. c5 now, preventing white from playing d4 very comfortably. And white plays knight to e5. Bishop has opened up and the b7 pawn is hanging at the moment, so black plays queen c8. Knight e5 also prevents bishop c6 because it can be taken with the knight. So queen c8 was Nana's choice here, and white plays queen d3, bishop e7, knight c3, short castle, knight d7, knight takes, and this is the live position that we have on the board.
Queen d3 is a very confusing move. I'm still trying to figure out what does she have in mind, because what does she have on her mind, because I think the pawns are supposed to be in front and front of the pieces, so that the pieces are shielded. So I'm trying to figure out what has she planned with her move queen d3, and I think black shouldn't have any problems in the opening. White has not chosen a very sharp opening, so it should be roughly equal at this stage. But one must not forget that the bishop on g2 is really strong, and its counterpart, which could guard against threats by this bishop, the c8 bishop, has been removed. So in long run, white has a chance of getting an advantage with the powerful bishop on g2. At the same time, black's knight on d7 is a bit misplaced. If black's knight was on c6, then it could jump to d4 more comfortably, or to b4 squares, causing some inconvenience to white queen. But yes, at the moment, looks roughly equal, and black should equalize, but black has to be careful in not weakening the structure, because the queen side, the b7 pawn could be weak. And I'm still trying to find out what is the purpose of the move queen d3. It looks a bit confusing, but at the same time I'm sure that these days, yes,
Maybe not allowing b5
yes,
with
but
tempo.
yes, indeed. But I was planning to play knight into d7 immediately. So she has chosen to play knight into d7 one move later. So perhaps there is some reason to that, and perhaps in the interview we'll know it. But as the things stand, not a very great opening. When you play pawn on d2, you're actually aiming, keep the pawn on d2. You're actually aiming for a slow game. You're not
Oh.
trying for immediate advantage. And the idea is that you play a slower game, and eventually in the Reti style, Richard Reti. The fianchetto was a concept given to chess world by Richard Reti, grandmaster, German grandmaster, one of the greatest theoreticians of all times. He realized that the bishop was really strong on in the fianchetto. What's a fianchetto is to move the knight pawn and then develop the bishop there. The first
So
player in the history to fianchetto bishop successfully was William Steinitz, who really played this, and a good, great idea.
So I think the idea with queen d3, as we can see, is that after knight d7 here, as you pointed out, the knight is great on c6, and she wants to go to d4 or b4 with her knight. But knight takes d7 will allow queen takes d7. Whereas after queen d3, we don't allow black to take on d7 with the queen, because then the b7 pawn hangs. After queen takes, knight takes, and bishop b7, and that's why white chose this particular move order. It is very tricky, definitely.
Yes, I think a very deep strategic plan, as you have suggested, and I agree with it. I'd missed the point of this, but yes, she has made with some specific strategic planning of not allowing the knight to c6, as I'd realized that knight on c6 was good. So black would probably be agreeable to lose a tempo after knight d7 directly and queen d7, and queen d3 move prevents that. And since the d2 pawn can't be moved, the bishop has to be developed at b2. So what white is doing at the moment is first completing the development and then suddenly try to advance in the center, open up the game, because open game suits bishops and a closed game suits knights. So white will prepare to play bishop b2 castle, rook a c1, and then go for some aggressive setups. So slight advantage to white because of a pair of bishops, and black is okay, because black has advantage in development. White still has to develop a minor piece, and white still has to castle. So two moves behind in development perhaps, but it's all right because black is not ready to attack white anytime. So one or two moves lagging behind in development is very serious in open games where kings are exposed to attack, but not in a closed game where the strategy is mainly to plan.
Wow, wonderfully summarized, Praveenji. We can now move on to Vaishali versus Hampi, the all Indian clash here. And Vaishali here opened with e4. As you had explained, they have had many games with the Petrov defense, but Hampi chose knight c6 this time. So they are playing the Royal Lopez Spanish opening.
Yes, and for the first time, because Hampi is first time played knight c6, and Vaishali plays both bishop b5 and bishop c4. So I'm sure Hampi has prepared both the Italian and the Spanish, and the Spanish which we are going to see. So
And
the choice of most of the world champions, isn't it?
absolutely, it's a world championship opening. The Nimzo Indian, the Queen's Gambit declined, and the Royal Opus, a world championship opening indeed, and in fact the Grunfeld as well.
Yes,
Because
recently in last 2 decades, it's Granfield as well.
so here Black played the unusual move Bishop c5. So already an unusual opening, but after the third move in this game.
Actually, it is the oldest choice. In fact, this is called classical Royal Lopez, classical Spanish. And the first choice was this, I think,
Wow.
several years, several decades, several centuries ago. Bishop c5 was the natural choice of development. And since bishop into c6 is not a good move, bishop into c6, pawn into 6, knight into e5, queen d4, and the knight is attacked and the pawn is attacked, and so knight must go to d3, and after queen into e4 check, queen e2, black has a big advantage in the end game. So that's not the idea, and black probably prepares to play d6 here, or knight g7, a variation which Alekhine had popularized. So knight g e7 and then a6. So when the knight is captured, I'm ready to recapture with the knight. So a classical logical move for white is c3 here. Although a Soviet school has also developed a move with short castle, knight c6, and a b4 move. About 50 years back, this move had come in existence. It was contribution of correspondence champion Istrin, Grandmaster Istrin, who after castles, knight d4, b4 was a move that was tried, and
Wow.
excellent move trying to gain a tempo. And after bishop b6, knight into d4, and then c3. So white has gained a useful move c3. So a great contribution to history by Grandmaster Istrin and Soviet Grandmaster. And yes, but normal choice is c3, which I think Vaishali will play. And c3, then the knight g e7 or knight f6, or probably even bishop b6 in advance. There are quite a few choices, and many great players have played this variation with black. One of the strongest players in Asia, Eugene Torre, for him it was a regular choice to play c3 and knight f6, and he had great success in his matches, making draw against strongest players till young Vishwanathan Anand beat him in a very nice game. So that's a model game of this system. Those who play this system, those who play Roy Lopez with white, and if your opponent plays bishop c5, try to follow the game Vishwanathan Anand and Eugene Torre. I think it's a great game also, and very simple way to play with white if you don't know theory. So let's see what Vaishali does.
Yes, and before that, maybe it's a good idea to make a few clips of Praveen ji's advice and publish it as a chess lecture series. I mean, the things we are getting to learn from you in this stream. So, uh, Bishop c5 in the game was faced with short castle, knight d4 by Humpy,
Yeah.
and knight took on d4. And here bishop d4 is the most logical. We don't want to take back with the pawn
Yes,
because
it's awful move to play. Yeah.
not immediately, but after d3 we have f4 and we get the center control. So bishop d4 is black's idea, and after c3 bishop b6, d4, c6. This is the live position that the players have on the board, and white has just played bishop to c4.
Yeah. Now it's interesting to see what the idea of Istrin was. If we can go back to that position, perhaps we'll be able to see what's the idea of Istrin. This in his first game, he played b4 and bishop b6. Not here in the yeah. So b4 instead of castle. Yeah, here
Instead of
b4. Yeah,
knight d4.
instead of knight d4. So bishop b6 and knight d4 and
By the way, bishop b4 here is possible, but then we take.
yeah, and bishop b2. There's a complicated line with bishop b2, queen f6, c3, and bishop c5, e5 or something. It's a very tactical, and queen b6. It's a very complicated line, and well, this has to be seen because there could be a threat of c6 and other moves. There are wild moves like queen g4 and other things are possible in not here because queen into b5. But yes, it's a complicated line which I don't know. But yes, it was originally played with that idea. And the difference of gaining b4 tempo is if you go back bishop b6, which Istrin's opponent did, and that's probably the one of the most principled moves. But knight into d4, bishop into d4, c3, bishop b6, d4, c6, bishop a4, and
Oh,
d6, then b5, and black was crushed very soon because
wow.
the c6 becomes a target, whereas this is a very regular position otherwise in the Vaishali versus Humpy game. So what does white gain by b4 is to disturb black's position. Bishop is coming, white bishop is coming to a3. In case of bd7, take and bishop a3 could be awkward. So this is supposed to be a good advantage for white, and that was sensed by Istrin in the 60s. So you can imagine what was the level of strategic play. And yeah, of course, in the line which Vaishali has chosen, she doesn't have the tempo b4, so this possibility is entirely unlikely. And then bishop on a4 and bishop on c4 are equally well placed. Black cannot play d6 directly because the pawn was pinned. So bishop a4 and bishop c4 are both the possibilities, and black goes with d6. And this position is roughly equal. White maintains slight advantage because of better center, but I think this position is a popular quiet game, and I think a quiet game against Vaishali could be a deliberate choice by Humpy because Vaishali is very strong in attack and tactical possibilities, and that's why probably Humpy prefers to play a solid position where there is no direct risk to the pawn structure or the king, and a good choice in my opinion by Humpy. I don't know if Humpy has played it before, perhaps not, but Vaishali also may not have played this system before.
Absolutely. That's a very well summarized there, Humpy's psychological decision to play an unusual opening that is also leads to quiet position. So it's not only a surprise, it is also a surprise that can lead to positions where Humpy could be more comfortable than Vaishali.
Yes, rather than the objective assessment of the position, the comfort of your play, I mean, comfort of the position, how comfortable you are with that position does matter. So let's see, uh, two very great talented players of India are playing each other, and the tournament is at a stage where both of them are really ready to try the best to win the game.
And this is the live position that we have in the game right now. Black has played d6, and we will follow this game closely because they might enter an end game that has not been seen before, and we will I mean, not in this tournament, and we will have a look at it again. Let's go to Nino versus Polina and see how the girls are doing on this board. White played d4 here, and black replied with knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, and bishop b4. We have the Nimzo Indian
It was the
defense.
first time they have, because they had two games with queen pawn. One was queen pawn irregular game where white didn't play with c4, and other one was Catalan where she didn't play with knight c3, but she chose to play g3. Catalan has been a very popular opening this tournament. I mean, I generally see Nimzo Indian and Queen's Gambit decline more in tournaments, but here Catalan has been really been played, and now we see. I think is it the first game of an Nimzo Indian in this
We
tournament?
saw a game with
Ah,
e3,
okay.
Humpy versus
Ah,
Zujiner,
yeah.
which Zujiner played really well, and Humpy also showed some really good strategic ideas in the opening. But here Nino's choice is a3. So this is a bit strange optically, because white's bishop is here in order to take on c3, and we force him to take.
Yes, this idea is this was the first idea, the Samish variation, and the Grandmaster Samish tried to refute Nimzovic's idea by saying that okay, you are making a big commitment by giving up a bishop. So in case now I have a strong center pawn, and in case I am able to exchange one of the c pawns with your d pawn in case of d5, then I'm going to get a better position. If I get e4 and f4, I'll be better. So it is up to you to decide. And some wonderful games with black have been played. World champion went down to American champion Rishevsky, and that game is still the model game of Nemzo Indian defense, this particular pawn structure. And two of Karpov's wins over Yusupov are exactly like the Rishevsky's play. So I think fundamentally a great opponent to play with black. Black plays with c5 here generally, and it would not be very good to play d5 because white the black tries to keep the position closed, and black succeeds in keeping the position closed. Black is going to play d6 and e5 eventually, and the c1 bishop will never get a good square to, even if it comes to a3 or b2, the other pawn, the pawn barricade stops. It's a wonderful opening to play, and lot of great games have been played in this from both sides. It has been a weapon of many strong players. And move a3 lost its popularity after the famous Botvinnik Rishevsky game, but probably it is gaining back its popularity. And we can see Botvinnik himself started playing fourth move queen c2. So that was a which Kasparov always played. And now we have got a game which is probably a position which was really popular few decades ago. There are some vague possibilities as bishop g5 as well. This opening was played by transposition, of course. Yeah, not a3, but Bobby Fischer played this against Boris Spassky and won a fantastic game. That was a great game, the fifth game. If you have not seen the 1972 match of Bobby Fischer and Spassky, I think you have missed out something. It's one of the greatest matches of, and the match is still known as the match of the century. And we're not talking only of chess. The match, 1972 match, got so much of publicity in the Western world. For the first time, the Western world was interested in playing chess, and there were coverages, pages of pages in the Western press, in Indian press, in Indian regional presses, in Marathi newspaper. There used to be Fischer's interviews and Spassky's interviews, something we had never heard of in the Botvinnik Times. So something, a match of the century, and there's one wonderful game won by Fischer in this as well with black. A very fighting opening, one must say.
Wow, wonderful. Yes, definitely the match of the century, and Fisher famously did not turn up for the first game of that match,
Second
for
game.
the second
Yeah.
game of that match, and yeah, wonderful stories of that match that we can read and even watch. There is, in fact, a movie made on the match starring the Spider-Man actor, so Tobey Maguire,
Yeah.
and it was a uh, pretty popular movie. So in maybe some of you who don't like to read can at least watch the movie and enlighten yourselves and entertain yourselves. So f3, knight c6, e4, d6 played, knight e2, b6, knight g3, queen c7, and f4. um, that's the position on the board right now. So white has this amazing pawn mass in the center, which you were talking about. And also you mentioned Reshavsky, Botvinnik versus Reshavsky. Reshavsky, of course, a huge American prodigy. He
Yes.
famously gave a simul at the age of 8, and there is a wonderful picture of his, which you can easily find on the internet as a young boy giving a simul to much older,
Grown up people.
yes,
Yeah, and
grown up
he won
people.
most of them. I think they won most of those games.
Yes. Can you imagine an 8-year-old boy in a suit giving a simul to 20 odd people? I mean, that's remarkable.
We are not likely to see the Reshavsky's ideas here because Reshavsky chose to keep the pawn on d7 and played b6 quicker. But yes, white has lost the tempo in f3 and f4 generally, so it's all right. Here, black must quickly play e5. Black should generally play e5, and knight on g3 serves a good purpose because knight could go to f5, and queen is on c7 too early, so there are chances of sacrifice on f6 after e5. But should white get a chance to play f5 and open up the king side, then the black squares could become weak. With absence of black bishop makes g7 a target. Knight on g3 adds to that because knight is ready to go to h5. So white would, after castling, white would like to play f5 and bishop g5, drive away the knight from f6, and then put knight h5 and f6 break, and the other bishop d3 opens up very quickly. So very dangerous opening, this one. And perhaps white loses the c4 pawn. Generally it's not easy to guard the pawn after bishop a6 and knight a5, but whenever black does that, black generally gets mated. So very complex line. And personally this setup I prefer with white. There's a famous game between Bronstein and Najdorf which ended only in 22 moves, but subsequently Najdorf's play was improved upon by Botvinnik, and the draw between Bronstein and Botvinnik had also taken place. So let's see how the position is. But here I think the evaluation bar may not give you the correct picture because the king side is going to be weak. One of the ideas is that black doesn't castle soon, or black doesn't castle on the king side as well, because it's now, because of the double pawns, it's impossible for white to open up the queen side. So a black king on c8 could be comfortable because after a4 black just puts knight a5 and the white pieces cannot get through. But yes, white's plan is to play e5. So I don't know, it's not impossible to play bishop a6 and long castle here because king would be safer on the queen side, which cannot be opened by white pieces.
Wow, that's a wonderful strategic point you have mentioned there, Praveenji, that the king is much safer on the queen side here, even though the b file is half open for whites. But it is not easy to get a4, a5 break, which is a typical break in the queen side in case of queen side castles, because the knight controls the a5 square, and because of the pawn on c3, we never manage to create too many problems for the knight unless we come to b3 with our knight, which is really a very long journey.
Yeah, and by then black would start attack against e4. See, now knight on g3 will have to do an important job of protecting e4, and white could be quickly losing the c4 pawn. So if the black king is not targeted, in long run black is going to be a winner. If, for example, if you remove queens and rooks, probably bishop a6 and knight a5 just wins the pawn. So that's a major drawback, that
So
the pawn
let's
is
say they
not,
were,
yeah, the pawn is not on, say if the pawn was on b3, white would be much better. Bishop would come to b2, but that's a permanent liability, and white has made a specific decision of trying to end the game in middle game. So that's the reason why the choice is not very popular. It's considered to be a very sharp choice, and let's see how sharp the game takes place.
Also, we must point out that Nino has 1 hour 33 minutes on her clock after the first 10 moves to Shuvalova's 1 hour 5 minutes. So, we can say psychologically that Nino has got her idea on the board because she has got a time advantage as well as her preparation in this game.
Yes, I think it looks like a case of a good preparation, and obviously she has put in some effort in studying this position. And it's remarkable that she studied Nimzo Indian defense. I mean, she must have studied for somebody else, but she has prepared a sharp line to be played. Nowadays, the players are so professional that they have one very sharp system and one very quiet system to be deployed at right moments in the tournament. Because in a tournament, sometimes you need a win, and sometimes a draw is not particularly bad. So they also have that sort of choice making, which say for example I never did. I played the same openings against every opponent, and perhaps isn't a very wise thing to do. But yes, today's players are very professional, and we are seeing the world class players. So the best chess is being played here. So we'll see a very exciting attack from white. At the same time, how exciting and accurate black's defense is going to decide the matter. So very interesting. Perhaps this will be the sharpest game of the day.
Also, I think it's a great opening choice against Polina, who loves to attack herself. So, to force her to get into a defensive setup is a wise opening choice by Nino.
Yes, I think so. Psychologically, yes, because I'm sure that an attacking player is not very comfortable in defending against the king, even at highest level. For example, players like Vishwanathan Anand, he wouldn't be very comfortable defending his king rather than attacking opponent's king. Whereas Karpov was equally comfortable. Even Kasparov wasn't comfortable defending attack against his king. So some of the players are really particular about the playing style, and they try to play. So yes, as you said, psychologically a good choice by Nino.
Absolutely. We will come back to this game and let's have a look at the last game that is yet to be seen. Goryachkina versus Harika Dronawali. Goryachkina with the white pieces opens with d4 and Harika replies with d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6 and g3 a Catalan again.
Yes, because earlier games there had been either King's Indian or it had been Queen's Gambit declined Mehran. So white has avoided the Mehran, or black has not played the King's Indian, but white has avoided the Mehran, and white has played Catalan. So Catalan, as I said, suddenly has shown great popularity. Two games in a Catalan structure. I wouldn't say Bibisara's game is a Catalan because she hasn't played d4, but a sort of preparation to Catalan. And yes, here probably we have a standard position. One of the positions where there are games back even 100 years. Alekhine has played this with white. Botvinnik has played with white and great results. And Alekhine played from both sides. The idea with dc4 and a6 and b5, that was Alekhine's with black side. So uh, after taking dc4. So let's see how the game progressed.
Bishop b4 was Harika's choice in this game. Bishop b7 is also an idea, is also the other move. And after bishop b4, bishop d2, a5, an opening already seen in this
Tournament, yeah.
tournament twice.
Yeah.
Once employed by Bibisara against Goryachkina herself in the third round, in the fourth round actually, because Bibisara did not play the first game and she won her first two games and she lost the fourth round against Goryachkina with the black pieces. So the same opening employed by Harika now. Bishop g2, short castle, queen c2 and black plays c5. We saw this exact position in yesterday's game, Nana Zagnidze versus Lano, not yesterday but day before yesterday,
Yes,
in
I
the
think
seventh round. And here Nana took on c5, which allowed d4, and that was not a very pleasant position to play as white. So here white takes cd5, which is
yes,
the
the
more
most principled, more and more logical. I think DC5 was probably a strategic error because she lost the game thereafter and she didn't have real compensation.
absolutely. So the cd5, the more accurate move in this position. And after black takes on d5, we can take dc. So so black has to take back on d4 instead and allow d into e6, after which bishop into e6 will be played and the d4 pawn will be protected with the queen.
Yes,
So
and also with knight c6 in future. So d4 pawn hampers the development of b1 knight to the best square, and that's the reason why probably d6 may not be a choice, but knight d4 doesn't offer anything anyway. So I think it's a opening which will um, take a lead to a strategic game unless somebody tries to play very sharp and aggressively. But looks like a strategic game. Let's see how it went
So
subsequently.
knight d4, the more logical out of the two, and queen b6 was played by black. e3, let's show the viewers that black still has problems with the c8 bishop. So this is why it's compensation uh, sort of target to play against in this opening. And after ed5, white played short castle, so now the pawn is also isolated, but the bishop has opened up. So knight c6 was played, knight takes c6, pawn takes, rook c1, rook b8, knight c3 and h5 by black. And now white played a3. All of these moves have been played quite fast. This is the live position on the board, with Koryachkina having 1 hour 17 minutes and Harika 1 hour 18 after 15 moves.
Well, in my opinion, black has more space and more lively position. If I was given a choice to play, I would prefer black here, but obviously it's a choice of the both the players. So some players like to play with hanging pawns because they have more space, or isolated pawn because it gives you more space. Some players prefer to play against it with the hope of preventing aggression by the opponent and eventually benefiting from the permanent weakness that the pawns have created. So my own view is that as long as there are three or two minor pieces on the board, the hanging pawns are fine. If there's only one minor piece left on the board, then hanging pawns become a great liability. And in queen and two rooks endgame, the hanging pawns are a big liability.
So by hanging pawns, what Praveenji means are these two pawns which are wonderful together, but they don't have any more friends. They are by themselves.
Yeah, so weak pawn has to be guarded by a piece, and that keeps a important material busy with something else.
So a3 played, we can expect Harika to not give up her bishop but to
Yes.
go back to e7 or even d6.
Yeah.
We will see what is Harika's choice in this game. Let's have a look at the various plans for both sides.
Yeah, I think bishop d6 may run into knight a4 followed by queen into c6, isn't it? Bishop d6, knight a4, and
Queen
yes, and
c7 has to be played, or queen
yeah,
a6.
and I just take on c6 then, because you can't benefit by bd7 as I have rook into d6. So bishop e7 could be a choice instead of bishop d6.
Right. That's the reason we must go back bishop e7. So knight a4 will be met with queen c7. And as you pointed out in the variation, bishop d7 wins the piece.
Yes, and rook c7, bishop d6. So you end up winning an exchange probably. And yeah, but rook into, again, perhaps bishop into a4 and rook into b2 was a better choice in that case also. No, yeah, so this is too many pawns for the exchange. So perhaps I
This
didn't.
will be met
Ah,
with b4.
yes,
That
a
is the
confusing
last.
position. But if we don't really play bd6 in this variation and take on a4, perhaps a couple of moves before, uh, we take on a4 and we take on b2, yeah, but still, um, yeah, bishop into a4 and rook into e7 and rook into b2. So yeah, then is knight a4 a dangerous possibility then for bishop e7? Because in that case, if one has to play bishop into c3, I'm not very comfortable with bishop into c3 in the starting position in the game. So
And
I think an important moment. I think Harika is taking time correctly. You know, the great thing about Harika is she has a great sense of knowing when to think. Something is very important. But I've seen many opponents who make mistakes, and when they find that they're losing, they start thinking. So, and Harika has great sense of that. She always thinks when it's necessary to think. A great quality, I must say.
so a good player knows which is the critical position, and that is the strength that Harika has. A line that was also possible is bishop e7, knight a4, queen c7, queen takes on c6, we take back, rook takes the queen and bishop d7 attacking the knight. So now you pointed out rook c7, but there is a sneaky move bishop
Bishop
d8.
d8 instead of bishop d6. I was dogmatic in this because a5 pawn was going, and this seems to be better for black probably.
Yeah,
Perhaps
I
equal
mean,
because you're
if you
losing the
take,
second pawn. Yeah, you're
I
losing the
take
second
back.
pawn, bishop into d5, but knight b6, and perhaps a position which should be a draw because it's not easy for white to win this black to win this position for sure. Two pawns for exchange are good in um, end game, but obviously not an advantage. So bishop e7 probably leads to a roughly equal position. If white plays knight a4 and queen into c6, it could even simplify to a further equal position. I would say further equality, simplified equality. So perhaps white may not go for that, but bishop e7 looks necessary. I wouldn't like to play bishop into c3 for sure.
And the difference between this position and uh, with the bishop on a5 that we had seen in the previous line, not this one, but after
Yeah, bishop d6 here.
bishop d6, rook d7, knight takes, and bishop a5, is that white has these two protected passers, outside passes, which go together, whereas in this particular line, the a5 pawn stops the b4 pawn from advancing too much, and even if it does, it is still an isolated pass pawn that can be stopped easier than two pass pawns
Yeah, in
together.
fact, the a5 pawn is alive. That's a asset because every
Yes.
material counts. Yeah, even the smallest unit of a material counts. It's an army, and the loss of any soldier, a single soldier, is also very dangerous in a war. So very interesting game, and Harika still thinking. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And now we have reached uh, we have covered all the games for now.
Yeah.
And what would you assess this position like, Praveenji? Do you think it is equal, or do you think white is still having an edge over black?
No, I think bishop e7 is probably equal. Of course, if white loves to play against the hanging pawns, then white is not going to simplify with knight a4 and queen c6, hoping to win those pawns free subsequently. So it's going to be a battle. But yeah, white perhaps can simplify as well, and it's a important decision. I think bishop e7 is probably forced, and that may not be a very comfortable fact that we are forced to make a move. So if we make a particular move, which is not very likable in some situations where things get forcing nature, which is a bit dangerous, I think.
Absolutely. So we see Harika in deep thought over there, and deciding whether to take on c3 or go back to e7, the only two logical choices that black has. Black must not blunder her bishop away with bishop c5, guys, because knight a4 attacks the queen as well as the bishop, and we have enough attacks on the bishop to win. So
Yeah, and the chase is a turn by turn game, so we can't make. We have to wait for the opponent's move. Yeah, and yeah, so let's see. Bishop c3, I would like to rule out because bishop c3, your knight is attacked, and it's not a great way of playing this position. In my opinion, bishop e7 looks like the only move, and yeah, its position should be equal.
absolutely.
Goryachkar has a choice of simplifying into that exchange down position with two pawns, or the other choice is to play on something differently. Perhaps the b2 pawn is attacked, so rook a b1 could be a choice after bishop e7, and then perhaps black can. Yeah, but g6 and bishop f5 is not a black. It's also a very common idea to play e4 sometimes in this pawn structure because if black plays d4, you could hope to blockade the pawns and then advance your pawns on the king side. A very sharp position will arise if white doesn't play knight a4 and queen into c6, and a comparatively simplified position will take place. What do you think, Soumya?
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderfully summarized, sir. I also want to share with our viewers that we have player interviews every day being put up on the FIDE chess channel. So please have a look at them as well whenever you get time. And the players are asked very interesting questions. So I wanted to speak to you about the same today. That yesterday, our press officer, Mr. Milan Dinik, asked Harika about the advantages of having a coach along with you in the tournament, like travel with you. Like we see that Polina is here with her coach, but Harika is here by herself. So some of the players prefer traveling with coaches, while some prefer to travel by themselves. Some also travel with parents. Alexandra Goryachkina is here with her mother,
Oh,
and I know that a lot of chess players prefer to travel with parents. I have seen Carlsen travel with his whole family, especially for the World Championship match in 2013 in Chennai. His entire family was here in Chennai along with him and together with a chef as well.
yes, and
So
they came many days before. In fact, they visited Mahabalipuram in 2013. I think the coach and parents play a different role, of course. Parents are here to support you and they are with you, they make you comfortable. But even the coach has not traveled, I'm sure that everybody takes help of the coach online something. So obviously the players who haven't got their coaches here probably have somebody working for them and being they're in touch with their coaches on telephone or on any sort of chat, and they're discussing the positions. I remember Khalifan was the first player to come without any trainer in 2001 World Championship knockout. Khalifan is the only player who didn't come with a trainer. And then this is all I need is internet. And he said, there are 600 players in Leningrad School of Chess who are working for me. So all I need is internet. So sometimes it's possible. And now today is very common. So and now it's very common to get help from somebody without asking them to come with you.
absolutely, but isn't it some sort of also a moral support to have a coach with you or a person with you who understands you well? I have always traveled by myself, but lately for a couple of tournaments, my husband accompanied me, and I definitely felt a difference in my psyche when he was around. I felt more comfortable and calmer in his presence, because we have to take care of so many things as a player, and when you have someone taking care of them for yourself, you can simply focus on the game.
Yes, it's very important, of course, because like Vishwanathan Anand has his mother traveling all the time with him when he was young, because his mother was a great supporter, and I mean she was a great person herself, Sushilaji. So to Anand, he was so used to being accompanied by mother that eventually, when he really grew up, then it was probably not necessary. But I remember in the international tournaments from Olympiads, he called his home every day when parents were not able to. So sometimes that support does come. Everybody needs that support, and how you get that support, who supports you in your life, there are different things. And obviously, players have a lot of preferences and they decide things themselves. They are quite wise nowadays with regard to this professional approach to their play.
And there's also the other aspect of it, that when you travel by yourself, you become more independent, you become used to taking your own decisions. That helps you grow as a person, and it also helps you over the board, because on the board you're all by yourself and all the decisions need to be taken by you. So
They're saying that if you are thrown in a swimming pool, you eventually learn to swim.
swim,
Yes.
and it's always beneficial to know how to swim, so it's a great decision. By I think it works both ways, and I think the balance could be that you travel by yourself most of the times, and sometimes whenever possible you take a accompanying person with you.
Yes, in more important tournaments, you have an accompanying person, you feel special, which is important in such tournaments.
Absolutely. And also in terms of a tournament like, let's say, the World Cup, where there is a knockout tournament format and there are tie breaks in case of a draw, it's very useful to have a coach or a second over there at the venue, because there is very little break between the tie break games, and it helps to have a second opinion and a quick discussion with your coach, who can just brief you as to what are your options, what was your mistake in the previous game, and what can you choose in the next round.
Yes, very much so. I think I remember that Bhagyashree was playing the 2001 knockout, and she was paired against a player who was 250 points above her. And after the 1-1, after the classical match ending 1-1, the rapid, and then we had to again discuss the same opening or something else. And the went again the 15 minute, 30 minutes game ended in draw, and so did the 15 minutes game, and all that was because we were discussing the positions and the possibilities immediately after that, which seemed to be a very good advantage. A lot of matches ended in draws. The 1-1 in classical, 1-1 in 30 minutes, 1-1 in 15 minutes, and so on. So it became interesting. It is important for the to ensure that the player cools down and is in a position to play the next game immediately. In those days, the tiebreak was immediately after the game. It wasn't on the next day. So it used to be very tough.
Oh, nice, nice discussions here. And Harika, meanwhile, has opted for bishop e7 here. So White is ready with her move. She did play knight a4, so she had considered bishop e7 while Harika was thinking. And black goes back queen to c7. No, not yet played. Not yet played.
Yeah, but I think White's decision of knight a4 is obvious, but uh, deciding on queen c6 is the time going to be decided. But queen c6 simplifies into an unclear, most logical, most likely a drawish ending, and not playing queen c6 leads to a very sharp middle game. So the next move, I think, by Alexandra is what we should be really looking forward to. Perhaps we can visit some other games to see, because if she is playing for a safe game, she is going to play queen c6, and she is not playing for a safe game, which is more likely considering the tournament position. So she will go for some different move. But with knight a4, certainly she has abandoned the plan of e4. So one possibility is to put the bishop on c3 and see if e5 can be targeted quickly with queen d2. And there has to be counter attacking moves like knight e4 have to be considered. Bishop c3 is a logical way after queen c7 or queen b7. Queen c6 is also logical. Queen b7 allows bishop into a5, so queen c7 seems to be the only way. And queen into pawn is one option. Bishop c3 could be different option. I'm trying to find out the purpose of h5, and it's very clear. It's not easy for black to post a knight on e4 for the possibility of f2 to f3 with white bishop on d4, bishop d2 coming to c3 and d4, and then black can't plant the knight on e4 because of f3, even if there's a control on that. So this is the idea by Botvinnik to exchange the h pawns, and after the h pawns are exchanged, h4 and hg, then the knight can safely land on e4 if it's not capturable. White can never play f3 because the g3 pawn will be hanging. So it's a deep strategic idea which is very common in Queen's Gambit declined main lines. So h5 has been played. Harika, I think she mixes the ideas from different openings. So I mean, that I think her originality plays an important role in that, because I've seen her mix ideas from two systems into somewhat a productive play. So I think she loves to experiment, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah, she does, and she also likes to experiment with her cooking and chess, both of it. We will see more of this game during the stream, and let's go back to Bibisara versus Nana. This is the position they have reached after 16 moves. So let's have a look. What were the moves that we missed while looking at Harika's game? Queen d3 was played, and bishop e7, knight c3, short castle, knight takes the bishop, knight takes back, and we were looking at this position. White played b3, and black replied knight to e5. Good idea. Nana loves to reroute her knights, as we have seen during this tournament. Queen c2 and queen d7. A comfortable position for black, I would say. And after bishop b2, rook a c8, d3, rook f d8. Now the rooks are also well placed. And white replied not with castle, which was the most logical move here. She played rook d1 first, and knight c6 was met with queen b1. So knight what was the idea after short castle? Was she afraid of knight c6?
But actually, you could play rook d1 here if you wanted. If you want to play for knight d4, if you want to play queen b1, I don't think it really made a difference.
Maybe she does not like what is it that she does not like?
b5, but I think b5 is
You can
a
always
risky
play
move. Yeah, you
e3.
can always with rook d1. I think it's just probably doesn't matter much, but she made a choice very quickly. Obviously, she cannot avoid castling. She can't keep the king on e1, so she's going to castle. So perhaps some variation which she wanted to avoid with that move castle. Although I see no reason not to castle here, and that anything that rook d1 achieves more than castling, because knight c6, I think the best move here is probably uh, castles. So it's going to be the same. Play
So we
queen
see
b1, yeah.
Bibisara loves to play these unusual moves, that you wouldn't expect usually. I remember in a game against Polina as well, there was a move Queen G4 check, but she chose to play Rook CE8 and then coolly took the pawn on G6. They were also effective, but she loves to play these unusual moves that the opponent is not expecting.
Oh yeah, I think she has been trained to play moves which will compel the opponent to consume more time. I mean, I'm probably sure that she does it on purpose. She knows that no damage is being done by that, and you just keep opponent guessing. Oh, why did she play this? Actually, the rook would be better placed on c1 and the other rook on d1, in my opinion. But I don't know.
Yes,
It's
exactly. The reason we castle early is because we anyway need to castle and we can decide later where to place our rooks depending on our opponent's piece structure and pawn formation. But here, Bibisara already decided to play rook d1 and queen b1. Next, and yes, but it's interesting. Her style of play is quite
Yes, it's very
unusual.
confusing. I think if she has probably surprised me more than all other players together by her moves, and many times it has kept me guessing what she was on mind.
Absolutely. So 98 played by Nana. We can expect short castle, but with Bibi Sara, we never know. She might choose a move like h3, but we need to wait and watch what will be her choice. We will come back to this game. For now, we can assess this game as pretty equal and both sides have their chances.
Yeah, I think black wants to play bishop f6 probably, so the knight e4 is a possibility for white then. So you don't allow bishop f6. When black plays b6, I think it's going to be a comfortable game. White will eventually have to play a3 and such moves. A3 and b4 is a strategic plan which normally doesn't come, but this is a way of breaking this bind. And in some of the games, Reti was able to get this break, and after CB, AB, and the pawn survived, and then white had a stronger center control. So the white B pawn gets exchanged with black C pawn. Then the central pawn mass D2 and D3 and E2 is going to advance to D4 and E4, and which normally is never permitted, because if white gets that, white will be better. So let's see what she is planning. But if she plays knight e4, she will regret the placing the rook on d1. So I think that is not on her cards probably. It's not what she wants. Let's see. But yes, I think she keeps us guessing because she has very different ideas. I think she is very imaginative and she plays with ideas which are not always from the book or from the known side. I think quite a original player, I must say. And youth helps you being more original, because like many times you don't know a lot of things also. It's not a time to that you can learn all the strategy. So the young players are more imaginative, and the comparatively senior players are less imaginative but more correct in their strategic approach. You must have seen that there are five players who are in their 20s and five players who are there in 30s, and at the moment the players who are leading are the players who are in their 20s. Yeah. So yes, I think very important uh, thing. Well, we'll generally discuss of the topic as we see tournament routines, and playing any sport professionally has to be something which has been done has to be done with greater seriousness. And yes, it's not like a amateur or a club level player having a routine, regular routine, just playing a game and coming back. Professional sport requires something else, and every player chooses to have their own rating. I remember own way of routine. I remember Vishwanathan Anand had a very regular cycle during the match in 2013. But I watched Magnus Carlsen, who was the challenger who eventually became world champion, had a very strange lifestyle, strange routine during that championship. After the game, he probably had a dinner and studied chess for some time, but he went to gym at midnight, and he never went to sleep before 3 a.m. in the morning, as he said, and he never had breakfast during the tournament. He had lunch and straight he came to game. Again, a player has to decide what routine is suitable to you, how your body decides on that. And yes, as accompanying person, we're discussing. Sometimes if accompanying person and spouse is the same, then I think the player could be very, or your father, spouse or your father or mother, if you're a trainer as well, then I think it is a big advantage that you have somebody who is also you're comfortable with, and you have somebody who is supporting you in chess as well. That we see very often. Vaishali has her mother accompanying. I'm not sure if mother played chess, but she has a different trainer. So we also have a trainer, and we also have a accompanying person who supports us. And it's very difficult sometimes when you are going alone. Lot of difficult things happen. When I played my first international tournament at the age of 15, I was qualified to play in World Junior Championship for India in Thipsay, which is now in Serbia, then Yugoslavia. I was all alone. There was no trainer, there was no accompanying person, no manager or coach. It was a difficult time because every country had one player each, and there were some players who spoke English, but it was very difficult to find somebody speaking English, and that is where at first few days I was really bored because I didn't know anybody in the tournament. I was all alone at the age of 15, and I didn't know what to do with my time because when I played chess, I studied, and what about the rest of the time? Nobody to talk to, and sometimes it can be very awkward. Now the things are different. In 1975, things were different, and yes, it's important to have some person accompanying you. You, I mean, even a non-chess player, as parents do it. So I think a very important thing. Being all alone is not always an advantage, and we did have that disadvantage. The Indians particularly had a disadvantage that in the 70s and 80s, and subsequently it come down because. Well, now a lot of tournaments are being conducted in India as well, and we saw the tradition of somebody accompanying. The term second, they asked me that are you who is your second in that tournament? Second is generally the trainer who comes with you. So I was confused. I didn't know the phrase second. So everybody else. I remember the champion Valery Chekhov had Anatoly Bukowski as his coach, and yes, everybody had their trainers in seconds as they call. It was a bit difficult for me to play. So being alone, and that's not a great aspect. But at this level, of course, the players are very mature. They've been the best players in the world. So here probably it doesn't matter. Most of the players have come on their own. And Soumya, you have been the world junior champion, so you have played the topmost players, and you know what a thrilling moment in chess is. So I think it's important for us that how yeah. So how important it is now. So today, under when you are still actively playing, or when it was when you played World Junior and other tournaments, and how did you find traveling alone when you played World Junior, and what was the experience in the World Junior in which you won the gold medal?
Yeah, it was a wonderful memory for me, of course. But I remember for the first 20 years of my life, I was a vegetarian. And my mother, in fact, when I started playing chess, everyone in my family is a vegetarian. And my mother used to encourage me to eat non veg so that I wouldn't have a problem when I travel outside. But I never liked the taste of it, and because no one around me was having non-veg and everyone was vegetarian, I just didn't get used to the non-vegetarian food, and I used to have a lot of problems, especially while traveling to eastern European countries. Or let's say, I remember I played a world junior championship in Turkey in 2008. That tournament was won by Harika and Abhijit Gupta, so a wonderful memory there. But for me, food was a huge problem, and I remember I survived on rice, watermelon and salad throughout the tournament for entire 13 days. And it was after that tournament I started to feel that okay, something is wrong and I cannot keep surviving on this food. I need to change something. But still, even in the world junior that I won, I was still a vegetarian. And it was only in 2010 that I started eating everything, like at least normal vegetarian dishes that were served, because I realized I will not be able to sustain myself if I keep traveling for tournaments and have such a limited diet, which is not easily available all around the world. So I started to become a non-vegetarian, and after like a few years, decided that I will eat whatever is served to me, and I thought that was the best policy.
Yes, and do you enjoy it now? For example, you are served with something which is not of your uh, typical food which you cook at home. Then do you still are you still able to enjoy that? That's also a very important factor.
Yeah, I'm not at all a fussy eater. I'm able to eat whatever is given. Like even at home, I'm not very fussy. So that's a very good thing, and I think it comes from having working parents that you
Yeah.
learn to adjust and become. And also, I started traveling by myself at a very young age. I traveled even when I was 8 years old. I used to travel with my coach and not my parents because they both were working. So many tournaments I've traveled by myself, especially after 11 and 12. I started traveling by myself everywhere, so without a coach or a parent. So I think I learned to adjust very quickly, and only food used to be an issue, and that also got resolved after a certain taking some important decisions. And cold used to be an issue, and I remember
Yes.
layering, which is a very common concept today, was unknown to me at that time because I lived in Pune, which has a
Yeah.
temperature of 35 degrees. And when you go to Netherlands or Russia and plain
Yeah.
Khanti-Mansis in -30, you have no idea what to wear that will keep you comfortable, you know.
Yes.
So those were some challenges that I had, but then you travel and you find out and you look at others and you see what are they doing and you learn. So it's just a learning experience, and now I'm all right. I understand that it's nothing about bad weather, it's just bad clothing.
I think you played World Championship matches, I mean knockout matches in Khanti, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, tell
yes,
us about that because you played all the, I mean, you must have seen all the top players. You might have played only few of them because of knockout.
yes.
So how was that experience? -30, -40,
Yeah.
and a different type of food.
Absolutely. I can't say I have like, it was an experience. I can't
Okay.
call it good or bad because it was so different than whatever I was used to, right? With -30, and then they had a very nice chess hall, I remember. That was a very remarkable impression for me because I went there and they had made a huge building only for conducting chess tournaments.
Okay.
And I remember the opening ceremony, there were some kids dressed as chess pieces, and I took a photo with a chess pawn. It was so cute, like the child, she was very, very cute. And so I have these wonderful memories, but I also have these memories of not being able to adjust to the cold, but you, of course, get used to it, and you're there to play a tournament, so you just uh, l- you tell yourself to be comfortable with whatever are the conditions and play.
Yeah, I think
And
very wise of you, very clever of you to choose a pawn because pawn is the only chess piece which can eventually become a queen.
yes,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
I think a potential. It's basically we are trying to nurture the potential. So a knight or a bishop cannot become a queen. So great choice by you, I must say.
Yeah, so it was a nice memory, and I would also like to mention one thing that I noticed many of the women players, they like to wear high-heeled shoes for the games and
Okay,
dress up well, right?
okay.
And even here we see Lano and Goryachkina, they are always dressed in suits and blazers. So over there in Khanti Mansis, I noticed that many of the women players used to come wearing the snow boots, and they
Oh.
used to carry the heels with them in a bag, and they would change in the tournament hall. So that was something which I like. I think it's a very common practice in cold countries now that I've traveled more, but at that time it was an unusual sight
Yes, I
for
think
me.
yeah, the snow boots are very uncomfortable in a normal hall, so you have
Yes,
to change them surely.
yes. So I of course wore the same shoes everywhere. I did
Yes.
not change.
Yes, in fact, since the Indians didn't generally have that sort of shoes, they didn't take. So the Indians usually preferred. Like I remember playing Moscow Olympiad, where it was -25 into 1994, and we chose not to go out rather than I mean, you can't with the regular shoes. It was not easy to go into minus. I mean, even Elista, it wasn't easy. We preferred to stay within the premises of the hotel or I mean a walking distance, which was not very great.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I went to Russia, we did that. We didn't go out much, but at during the tournament, I realized it doesn't make sense to just stay inside. So I used to sometimes go out and come back quickly. But the next time I traveled, I sort of learned to carry a few things that would help me keep warm even outside.
Yes, I mean, traveling alone has been a great experience for you. I can see
Yes,
that you learned a lot of things yourself because of that. Traveling alone does help you in the development of your personality. At the same time, the performance may not be the same if somebody
yes,
was. So again, there are different things which we must talk about professional players. And okay,
absolutely.
let's come to the games now. How they have progressed because of time, a lot of things
Yeah.
had happened.
Absolutely. But this was a nice conversation to
Yes.
have to know about different experiences that you had and to share mine. And now we are on the game and Bibisara versus Nana Zagnidze. We left it before White had castled. So it was interesting, while we were speaking, White played Rook D1, Knight C6 and Queen B1, and after Knight E8, White did not castle, but she played Knight to E4.
Yeah, I was wondering what the move knight e8 was aimed at. Probably knight d6 and knight f5. So white wants to prevent knight d6 and knight f5 and the knight coming to d4. I don't know. It looks like the knight e4 a bit unusual. But yes,
And
of course it
also
prevents bishop.
preventing.
Yeah, bishop f6. And now if black has to justify knight e8, what does black do? I think what she did next was to justify that move.
So she plays f5 and white went back knight c3. So what has white achieved? She has provoked black to play f5. Do you think it's a good decision?
I think yeah, the weakness created could be serious because black doesn't have a light bishop. So by weakening e6 point, white may gain something eventually if the bishop on g2 is able to target that point. White had to retreat to c3 because knight d2 might have run into knight d4. I mean, black would have got knight d4. If you retreated the knight to d2, then knight d4 could have been a bit irritating if directly possible because you can't castle immediately and it's a bit confusing. Then black plays bishop f6. I'm sure one doesn't like to play e3 in such a structure because a d3 point becomes weak. So perhaps she played knight c3. That was planned. In her opinion, it was worth losing two tempi in order to provoke the weakness of f5. I think that's very important. So she provoked this at the cost of two tempi, and yeah, so knight c3 was played instead of knight d2, and that's where I think the game is. Yeah, knight c3, bishop
Bishop
f3. Yeah,
f6 and short castle
castle
b6, and this
basic.
is the
Yeah,
position we have on the board
yeah.
right now. So, what do you think of this position, Praveenji?
I think white is playing very subtly in the sense that having played f5, and it's not easy for white to black to play with e5 and weakening white squares seriously. And the knight on e8 does not have a great square in that sense. The knight probably must come to d5 with knight c7, and that's the reason b6 is properly preparation for that, protecting the c5 pawn. And knight c7, knight d5 looks like a logical plan here. Well, I think. White is little preferable because black has more space, but white has no weaknesses. And that's a typical type of position where Bibisara makes confusing moves and she provokes. Say, for example, provoking your opponent into playing f5 could prove a great strategy subsequently when she is able to. I think Bibisara is at her best when she doesn't have any weaknesses and opponent has a lot of weaknesses. She finds some amazing way to attack these weaknesses, and sometimes because she has less space. In most of the games, she plays a position where she has less space, and opponents are tempted to advance, and she often benefits from the overextension of the position by the opponent. Sometimes a lot of weakness are created by her opponent because Bibisara uh, sort of keeps. She's always sort of behind the. Almost near to the rope, if you call in the boxing terms. I mean, her pieces are in second and third rank, where black already has two pieces, two pawns in the fourth rank. Center control, black is ready to play e5. Black wants, so black can have absolute center control, and yet one cannot say that black is better. So that's the secret of a very confusing style. And I think she's going to play for a3 and b4 probably. If the b4 can be achieved without losing a pawn, that will be quite good, I think.
All right, wonderfully explained there, Praveenji. Let's go to Vaishali versus Humpy, the clash of the titans in this round. E4 was played by Vaishali, and after the unusual opening with bishop c5, we've reached this position on the board with bishop takes c3, bishop b6. We left it after c6 and bishop c4, and here black played d6. Here, of course, white could have taken on e5 and gone for the end game with bishop d8, but she chooses to remain in the middle game and plays a4.
No, I think this is a subtle idea. She will exchange the queens now and then play a5 probably, and then bishop e3, which will keep that rook tied down. And I remember there's a game between, I mean, one of the Indian championships, instead of a4, de5, de5, and queen d8, bishop e3, and bishop b6. And black immediately equalized by exchanging the black pieces. So I think Vaishali's idea is very logical. She is going to exchange queens, then play e5, then put bishop on e3, try to bring knight to b3, and penetrate at c5. So black has not completely equalized, in my opinion.
Alright, so a4, knight f6 was played, white played d takes e5, d takes e5, and now queen takes queen, bishop takes queen. Black cannot take with the king because the f7 pawn hangs, and even if
No,
you
here
give up,
bishop's one may not be good because knight e4. But yes, I think we drive the bishop first, and
then play
yes,
bishop
and then probably
f7,
take on. It's a very poor position for black then.
because now the f2 point is not attacked anymore. So this is the difference, that the bishop doesn't remain on this diagonal, and then we take on f7. So that's why king d8 is not a good move, because in this end game black will suffer because of the isolated e pawn. And bishop d8 was chosen by Humpy, the most standard reply, and white played a5, not allowing bishop coming back to b6 and occupying this diagonal.
Yes, because black was planning to play. I don't know if white had supported the pawn with f3, then black would have easily equalized with bishop b6 check and a5. So black is actually, white is now offering the e4 pawn, and in return white is going to get the e5 pawn. So it looks like a very sharp position where white has white is safer than black. I think playing with white is more comfortable, and white has a very solid position. Black is a bit cramped, and black will have to play correctly to equalize, which means probably a draw is likely in such a position, because white has no weaknesses and black can never give any threat. So I think a standard position where only white can press to win this position in this game.
Alright, so a5, and we can expect white to press or a draw to occur in Vaishali versus Humpy. We will also have a look at the other two games that we haven't looked at. Let's have a look at Nino versus Polina. White we left the position after f4 was played, and black here made the decision to short castle. So we were looking at long castle ideas, and I think it was an interesting decision to have long castled, but black played short castle here after not a very long thing. She
Yes,
quickly
I
played
mean,
it.
it's standard because it's long time for white. I mean, white must play bishop d3, short castle, and f5. Meanwhile, bishop d3 leaves the d4 pawn loose. So it's not going to. I mean, white's plan of f5 and smashing the black king is not practically possible so quickly. So I think it's a time element that decides. If white gets f5 after bd3 and castle without losing the e4 pawn, which means a strange move like bishop e3 as well. So you're not going to get four moves free. It's a turn by turn game. So black is going to do something, and that she must have planned. So black is probably fine.
So castle e5 was played, and after knight e8, white played bishop to e2, f5, e takes pawn. This is an en passant that we were speaking about yesterday as well, when black when your opponent moves your pawn for the first time in the game, two moves adjacent to your pawn on the fifth rank, you can take it with this trick, and this is called as an en passant. It's a French word. So ef6, knight f6 was played.
Yeah, the meaning of en passant is on the way. So basically, a pawn is not supposed to travel twice. It's a privilege given because it is in the starting position. So you can capture it on the way as if it had moved one square and you capture it. So although you capture the f5 pawn, you actually put your pawn on f6. That's a meaning on the way. That's en passant. So I think black is should be comfortable in this because now white is not going to get any attack. See, the knight on g3 is very awkwardly placed with pawn on f4 now, And with white playing e4, e5, the knight on g3 was unsuitable. Knight would have been good on f3, and then bishop d3 and attack against h7, which is ruled out, and f5 was played. I don't know if ef6 should have been played, but as the position, as the close position suits black, then black is comfortable with it. I think black is out of danger in this opening.
Right, so let's have a look at what's happening ahead. I was wondering if white could have played bishop e3 here and then bishop d3 and gone for the plan you suggested, but maybe the problems exist with the c4 pawn.
Yes, c4 pawn one has to give up. I mean, there's no chance, but rook c1 just bishop a6, and bishop d3 probably will have to be played here. So, but yes, still it's not easy to capture on c4. I mean, yeah, but you capture with bishop, you eliminate my white bishop, which is a strong attacking piece. So bishop d3, bishop into c4 castles. I don't know, bishop into c4 perhaps, and it's yeah, black has lost a pawn, so it's a, but of course the things are not going to be decided by the extra material. White may get some attack with e5. Now you see the disadvantage of knight on g3. If you are going to push e5, your knight should be on f3 to attack h7, isn't it? And we have got a knight on g3, so h7 is no longer target. Black is straight going for the pawn, so it's a matter of concern again. And of course there could be some different strategies for black, but yeah, I think if they're not played Nimzo Indian much, then I think it could be a confusing position. We could have some very strange decisions being taken also. We'll see how the game goes. So,
Right, let's have a look at how the game continued. After short castle, white played e5, black played knight to e8, bishop e2 was played by white.
yes, bishop d3 is desirable, but your knight is not on f3, so d4 pawn is hanging, and also bishop d3 is not coupled with ng5 because knight is on g3. Now the knight is badly placed, so black should be fine. Same position with knight on f3. I think white is much better.
Wow, what a difference a square makes. So, knight e8, bishop to e2, f5, pawn takes pawn, knight takes, and white played short castle was replied by bishop a6, attacking c4, and with the idea to play knight a5 next, and white played d5 as well. So, white in a very aggressive mode, but she also has a lot of time. After 15 moves, she has 1 hour 3 minutes. Shuvalova on the other hand has also managed to equalize the time. She's on 57 minutes, so not a very big gap there. And after e takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, bishop took on e2, knight took on e2, and knight went back to e7 and c4. This is the live position on the board. What is your assessment, Praveenji?
I think should white succeed in getting f5 comfortably, white could be better because you know you have chance of improving with bishop b2 and knight. The bishop on b2 could be a monster, and it will be in it is up to black to play for initiative quickly, either with a break like b5 or with knight f5 and some activity. If white is able to get moves like a4, and white has a lot of moves to improve, a4, bishop b2, queen d3, f5, black has very limited choice of improvement. So if white gets all this, knight g3, then white is going to be in a very powerful position. So the onus of activity in time is on black here, and I think b5 break is a possibility here, probably the only possibility in my opinion. Uh, Now that I can't think of much, because if white plays a4 and bb2, somehow I prefer white. So bishop and b2 will be the strongest minor piece in this position unless a black knight occupies d5. So b5, there's a reason to play for b5, c b5 and take on d5. Black has connected passed pawns in center and a powerfully placed knight. White has majority on both the sides. So minor piece ending is better for white, but middle game is better for, could be better for black.
Wow. So we will see how this game pans out, and let's have a look at Gorechkina versus Harika one more time before we go on a short break. Here, the queens have been traded. Wow. So knight a4, queen c7. White did go for queen c6. Queen took the
How
queen.
much time did she take for queen c6? I mean, had she made the choice when she
Yes,
played knight a4?
she took like 6 minutes, so she hadn't made the choice as such, but she had uh, taken it into consideration, and probably she rejected the other move and went for this.
Yes, because perhaps she found that this was safer for her because bishop and two pawns are as good as a rook, and well, he will have a powerful bishop on d5. So not a surely black will not be better after the in the ending two pawns. Black is probably equal, not worse than that. You know, in the ending, bishop and one pawn, and with the rest of the pieces are able to draw against rook. In generally, bishop and four pawns will draw against rook and three pawns in general. So here, white stands an advantage that even if white exchanges two queenside pawns for one pawn, and white has won the d5 pawn, then it could be a drawn ending. So white that way is playing with least risk, I must say, although white will be exchanged down.
So queen takes on c6 was met with queen takes, rook takes, bishop d7. This is a line we looked at. Rook c7 was played, and black found the move bishop
Yeah.
d8, the most accurate move in this
Yes.
position. So good calculation there by Harika. And after rook takes, knight takes, white has given up an exchange, but in return she wins the d5 pawn, but not immediately. She first plays rook d1, and black played knight to b6, defending the d5 pawn, and you must take on b6 with the knight. And now rook b6 was
Yeah,
not
yeah, bishop.
played, but bishop b6. But even rook b6 was possible with the idea to take on b2, but black chose bishop b6, and this is the live position on the board.
Bit preferable for white, I would say. Bishop c3, a4, and then perhaps take on d5 subsequently. No, a4, bishop c3 and a4 just to target, and perhaps then take bd5. So don't know, but probably a easy position for white to play. Direct bishop d5, rook d8, e4. I don't know. It's a bit confusing to
And
get. Yeah,
bishop d4 will be
yeah.
met with bishop a5, but
Perhaps
probably
bishop d5, perhaps bishop d5, rook d8, bishop c3 is possible as well. I mean, you don't play e4, bishop d5, rook d8, and bishop c3. So, yeah, if black doubles, then probably you play e4. So it's not going to be so not easy for black to play. I think white can make a draw more comfortably than black.
and
Although,
we see in our database that a game has already reached this position
oh,
previously. There was a game between Rudik Makarian, he's a young player from Armenia, versus Hovnesian Robert, also from Armenia. So this was probably played in the Armenian Championship of 2021 May.
okay.
And the game continued bishop into d5 in this position. We will see how how Goryachkina handles this position with white. In the game that I mentioned, bishop d5 was met with rook f d8, and white played e4, to which black replied king h8, because now bishop f7 would be met with bishop f2 as well, and king f2 and rook b2 or rook
Rook a
f8
fate for
is even stronger because you pick up the bishop. And these were some tactical ideas. So bishop c3 was played in the game, and black played rook to c8, and actually here white is better, but the game ended in a draw.
I think after king g2 and perhaps f3 and h4, white has lot to do and black actually is running short. Maybe white can just wait for a4. After king g2, just a safety, because after for f5, I just want to play a safeguarding move like f3. The pawn is the isolated pawn on e4 will not be weak. It will advance e5 and e6 in no time. So I think white has. I don't know about the game, but this particular position, white seems to be much better.
Yes, so we will see how Goryachkina handles it, because after bishop d8, the white has sacrificed an exchange in return for two bishops, pair of bishops in the endgame, and how many pawns right now? Only one, but one more will be picked up.
Yes, so I think roughly equal position with mainly chances for white. I think a wise choice. They know when to play solid chess and when to go for slow advantage, because here black will not get any initiative. Probably black will not give any threat in this game. So that's a great asset, because Harika has some very unusual way of attacking, and she plays some unexpected moves, just like I think Bibisara. Bibisara, of course, plays most unexpected moves, but Harika plays some unexpected moves. That way, I think the other players are basically they play moves which you can predict.
Wow. So we will have a look at all the games once we return from a short break. Do stay with us. We will be playing the player stats right now. Thank you and
See
see
you
you
soon.
soon. So I think
Yes, we'll see
so
you
I
soon.
think we
Okay.
have not gone on into a break. We are still here.
Okay. Yes.
So
Yeah.
maybe we can
Yes, we can as well see how the games are progressing. Fine. So, yeah, let's see this position. Fine. Any other game we didn't see in last session? Perhaps
yes,
last
absolutely.
few.
And maybe we can also read out the chat a little bit. Nilesh says hello. Nilesh has been watching all our streams, and thank you so much, Nilesh ji, for uh, watching our streams. And we also have Mr. Bean Chess in the chat saying chess should be equally treated, but with what? I mean, I couldn't understand
No, I
the
think with the other
comment.
sport, with the other sport, because
Okay.
it's for example, we are not in the Olympic Games, and yes, some there are some places where chess is not considered a sport, but is considered a game, where a lot of sporting element is required in chess. What is sporting element is basically ability to it's a game which is very fighting. So sporting uh, values are important. Your uh, accuracy, your patience, and your need to take decision. I think the difference between other card games or board games and chess is that you have to make great decisions. Chess is like an exam every move, and that's why it should be treated as an absolute sport by the Olympic Association, the Olympic Committee as well. But well, it is not within our control. But there are some countries like India where chess is actually treated as sport, and we are actually treated as athletes. So it's probably treated equally in some countries. In some countries, it's not. It's up to the culture of the that particular society that decides it.
Wow, wonderfully put. And yes, absolutely, it's very important that chess is treated on par with all the other sports. And we are super happy to see a viewership for chess being created in the last few years, and we hope that it will only grow. And your support matters so much to us. So, thank you for watching our stream. We will be back shortly after a break. Don't go anywhere.
And to the viewers, I can understand that you won't be able to see it 5 hours continuously, but well, you could. Always it's on the record, and you could see in parts, and you could join at any time. And that's the reason why we'll take you back to what has happened in these 2 hours, even when we resume. So the newcomers won't be disappointed. You will have everything that you missed, and we'll be presenting that in our sessions in 15 minutes more. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, and we apologize for the delay, but everything is back on track and the games are heating up. Thank you so much for waiting, and we had the player cams and the boards on the screen during the break as well. So we have Vaishali's game here, Praveenji. Vaishali playing really well against Humpy today.
Yes, I think a great strategic point to play a4 and then exchange queens and a5. And should white succeed in getting bishop e3 and f3, white is ready to trade both the rooks in d line because it would keep the a7 pawn hanging. And as long as the black rook is on a8, black can never equalize. Knight b3, knight c5 was a plan, and Humpy takes drastic measures. I mean, let's go back since we left, but not many moves have been played. But logically, bishop c7 was played and rook e1, and black tries to develop. Yes, black is improving a bit, but black is solving the problems of the h8 rook, but not of the a8 rook and bishop e6. Because if black is able to trade bishop e6 followed by put knight on d7, then she can play with a6 subsequently. So bishop e6 and exchange the bishop, then put the knight on d7 and then play a6. And let's see how Vaishali prevents that. Probably she's going to play quick knight b3. So is it possible to play bishop e6 immediately? Because
Probably it was important to play bishop e6 here. Black played rook d8, which might not be the most accurate move because after knight b3, now bishop e6 is very inconvenient because you have to take back with the pawn. King into bishop runs into knight c5, forking the king and the pawn, and we win a pawn in this maneuver. The b2 pawn is protected by our c1 bishop, which is undeveloped but is having a function of defending the b2.
great function, I must say. If that's the only extra pawn, then it's doing the most important function. So I don't know if rook d8 achieved something, because my plan was to exchange the bishop, and then you need not to exchange the rooks actually. You can put the knight on d7 and perhaps pawn on a6. So I thought this was more convenient. Knight b3 can be with knight d7. I am no longer afraid of bishop e3 actually, because I could put just a6 and rook d8 and move the knight again, perhaps counter attack. I'm not really worried. Yeah, whichever rook. I don't think
Or
there's
even
much.
this rook.
Yes, the other rook. And yeah, I think it's better to play a6, but you could even go bishop b8 then. And yeah, knight could go to f6 with counter attack. Not that it will achieve much. As long as knight is on b3, knight should not go to f6. But yeah, this should be a clearer position, although white is always a bit pleasant. But and black has no plan of aggression. So from that point of view, white is comfortable, but rook d8 didn't perhaps serve purpose unless you are looking at knight into e4 tactically and a checkmate on d1. So does that? Well, let's come back to the actual game where she played rook d8. So it's not easy to discourage knight b3, because knight into e4 is not possible as long as the bishops are present. Had the bishops been exchanged already, then white would have lost a pawn. So somewhere black is behind a tempo, can't play bishop e6, and knight into e4 is not working, and white slowly wants to inch in with f3, bishop e3, and well, it remains a problem. If you can't play bishop e6, then you are completely given up the queen side. So you play with a6, you are in a sort of zugzwang, which is don't have good moves. So perhaps what she played is, I think, very interesting. She's taking emergency measures. Probably she realized that it's not possible to play passively and keep the rook on 8 all the time. So she goes for, I think, some activity, isn't it?
Black played b5 here, a very active move, but it is unclear if it is accurate because after a b6, which was played in the game, bishop has to take on b6 and black cannot take back with the pawn due to rook a8 hanging. So bishop takes on b6, and now we see that these two pawns are isolated and the c5 square anyway remains weak. So white plays bishop e3 here. Another option here was knight a5, which we were looking at during the break, attacking the pawn on c6, and after rook d6 we simply play b3 and develop our bishop to a3.
And knight g4 can be, I mean, you have rook a2, rook a2, no, then knight into f2. So knight g4, probably she was worried about bishop a3. It's yeah, knight g4.
Or even rook a2.
And then knight into
Knight into f2.
f2.
And rook f2. Rook, bishop a5, we have bishop a3.
Oh, and
Or
finally,
even rook f7.
yes, rook f7 is hanging. Bishop a3 is not correct because of bishop b6. And I lose an exchange, you lose an exchange. I don't keep my bishop a b6 also. Bishop b6
Oh,
also.
bishop
So
b6.
okay, you take my exchange, right? But white probably still wins. I don't know. It's
Because of rook
rook d1,
d1.
like lack of development, lack of development,
Yeah,
and
and the
it's
rook is not
yeah.
coming to d8.
Somehow b5 is a very committal move, and it's sort of desperate attempt to create counterplay or a fear of being strangulated. I don't know. Probably what resulted in that. I'm not happy with that move, and that is all white is playing for. Actually, white's entire plan is to play for these weak pawns, and if black is compelled to play c5, then it will be really awful position. Then white just plays f3 and bring back the knight to e3, and it's a position where it's a very pleasant position, and in hands of some top player like uh, Anand or Karpov, it could. I mean, this position already, if Karpov was white, perhaps we can say that white is most likely to win rather than a draw if there's a strong player. So let's see how Vaishali conducts this. Being a youngster, Vaishali may not be very good at technique, but I've seen some fantastic games by her, and not a great option by. I mean, rook d8 and b5. I didn't like those moves for. I mean, I wouldn't have played this. If you had to believe what Dr. Tara said, that a permanent weakness can never be compensated by temporary activity. And Dr. Laskar chose to believe in the opposite. He said that if the activity is good enough to eliminate the permanent weakness, then the permanent weakness is not permanent. So it needs to be seen if black's activity is able to compensate the weakness by way of exchanging say c6 pawn with some other pawn, and then it could be equal. Or if it doesn't, then black is going to suffer a bit. Even bishop on f7 keeps the king tied down, which the king can't come to c7 to guard. So a bit uncomfortable position for sure after knight a5. But I think Vaishali didn't play knight a5, isn't it?
She did not play knight a5, but she played bishop e3. Not a bad move at all and very logical, taking control of the c5 square. But now black played
Yes,
bishop
bishop e6. Now
e6.
it looks like a drawish position because bishop e6, king e6, knight c5. I just go back king e7 and bishop c5 check here. Yeah,
Or
this
even bishop c5 maybe?
I don't like that move, and then a6. No, I don't like that move, bishop c5. But it's possible for it.
a6.
And yeah, it's still possible, I think. But
And knight d7 and c5. However, what you suggest is going back with the king to e7 and then playing knight d7.
at a fortunate moment, I think I have no problems. I'm threatening knight g4 actually, so I could gain some tempo, and I'm not at all worse in this except for the technical. Yeah, so here perhaps knight d7 or I think it's not a position to worry about really. But perhaps, did white have a choice of knight b7 can be a bit awkward move here, but yeah, I don't know. It's still a very artificial play. For white is generating some play, but it's a bit artificial. I think I don't see a realistic advantage. As now the one weakness has been traded with other weakness, so that should be okay. You win on a7, but something will compensate. I don't know. Winning the c6 pawn is not uh, uh, advisable because the knight would. I mean, its knight could get trapped there, king d6, and I don't think you can
Maybe
take.
not king d6 because knight a7.
Because the king
And there is a
c5
check.
and king c. I don't know. It's artificial, but and I want to play king b. I don't know. It's artificial, but rook d3 or some confusing moves. Yeah, but something else. Yeah, here.
But maybe king f6 is possible because we
Yeah,
don't come into the check.
yeah, and you have rook a6 probably has to
Oh,
be.
anyway, rook a6. So this is actually not that easy for black. So white still retains some of her advantage after
Yeah,
bishop e3, but a knight a5 here would have been the stronger move with the idea that we develop the bishop to a3 after after pushing a pawn to b3, only one square ahead, mind you, not two squares, because then we block our own diagonals. So we must move the pawn only one square forward and create a way for our bishop to enter the game and cause problems in black's camp.
yeah. So I think b5 very committal move, but perhaps the most principled move was knight a5. I think, and that has not been chosen. So let's see. Black is perhaps out of real danger that might have been. And here, of course, bishop e6, bishop c5 check doesn't work probably. No, bishop into c5, And yeah, so has any move been made after this?
No, bishop e6 and
Yeah.
white is thinking it's white's turn to move. So we will come back to this game. Let's have a look at the other games that are going on. Nino's game was very interesting when we left it,
Yes.
and it has changed completely. The pawn structure has changed completely. There were two pawns on c4 and d5
Yeah.
for white, which are now not anymore on the board. So let's have a look what happened here. d5 was played by Nino. At this point, we left the game.
No, I think we were left till I think knight had gone to e7, yeah, and white had played c4. I think till
Yes,
yeah.
we saw this,
Yeah.
and we saw that black took on d5 takes, and black took on e2, and after knight takes e2, black goes to e7 with the knight, and we were pretty intrigued by how would the game continue, because after c4 we were looking at ideas like knight f5 and b5 for black, which were the only productive ideas for
Yes,
black.
we feared that if white gets a4 and queen d3 and bishop b2, black could be in losing position. So b5 we thought was a compulsory move, something which was played by Karpov against his famous victory over Yusupov, and winning the d5 pawn. Then the knight on d5 is a monster. White in turns get majority on the both the sides. So connected pawns could be dangerous in middle game because you have center control, and the wing pawns majority on both the sides could be very dangerous in minor piece ending. If there's a minor piece ending, one pawn on this side and one pawn on the other side would be very difficult to handle because black doesn't have a bishop which could stop two pawns on two different sides. So minor piece ending certainly winning for white, but it's unlikely that you will get an ending in this position, because if some side has a center control, then the game is going to be decided by initiative.
Wow, so c4, and black played the most accurate move in the position. She opens the center with b5. How does a b5 move, a move in the queen side, open the center? Because it attacks the c4 point, which is the protection for the d5 square, and once you take on b5, black will take the d5 pawn and control the center once again. So cb5 was almost forced here, because are there any other moves here?
Well, technically knight c3, and for pawn into pawn, you prepare to defend the d5 with queen f3.
Yes, and then we can play bishop to b2 and rook e1, but this is so slow because black simply comes knight to f5,
Yes,
jumps
and
to
knight on
d4.
d4 is deadly, because when you played c4, I think you have to quickly guard d4 point, which knight was doing on e2, and the same knight when deployed to defend d5. I think it's bad. So you can't have a you can't have this structure. Black is better here probably. So what she played cb5, I think, is practically forced in my opinion.
Alright, so cb5 was played by Nino, and black played knight takes d5. The e knight comes to d5, not the f knight, which is an interesting decision, because after knight f d5, actually we also attack the f4 point, but it's amply supported. So it makes more sense to bring the e knight to d5, because knight on f6 is already well placed.
And it could jump to e4 and g4 if the knight on d5 was supported. White's knight on e2 is badly placed, and black should try to penetrate in the e file now. And the white should try to expand on the queen side and create some play, but rook e8 somehow. I think rook e8, queen f7, and I think black's position is more comfortable. Though it's not easy to move that knight on d5. It doesn't have a good square to move. And that's the reason if black was to move that and d5, then black couldn't activate the queen to f7. So if once you play queen f7, you're ready to move your knight on f6, but you're not ready to move your d5 knight. So again, there are some challenges, but I prefer black here.
Wow, so Praveen ji prefers black, and what about you? Do you guys also prefer black here? We will find out how the game proceeded shortly. Knight ed5 was met with rook to f3, rook lift on the third rank, and rook is ready to go to d3 or h3, and after knight e7, voluntarily going back with the idea to play d5, white played a4, trying to expand on the queen side. a6 was played by black, not allowing a5. White played queen b3 check, which was met with d5, b6, queen c6, a5, and now look, a few moves ago we had this pawn structure which was doing nothing for white, and just within a span of 3 moves they have reached this position, after which a5, white has got this wonderful protected passed pawn which is already on the 6th rank.
Was it a result of tactical error? Because we must see that if white black intended to exchange the queen side pawn and queen b3 check and b6 allowed that pawn to be there. So was a6 a result of tactical in that? Did she miss queen b3 check and b6? C4 was probably a dubious possibility, isn't it? Or is the queen really well placed on c6? I don't know. It could be, but yes, I somehow now I don't prefer uh, black actually, because the b pawn is going to take a lot of effort in defending. A lot forces have to be deployed, but again it's a middle game option that black has a knight. Black will have a knight coming to e4 and a lot of options. It's probably a voluntary decision, but giving such a passed pawn on b7, it means you are giving away a big advantage in order to force matters, and forcing matters may not work. White knight on e2 is badly placed, and that's the secret, but probably a move like bishop into f6 or bishop e5 would eventually facilitate knight c3. So bishop e5, knight c3 and attacking the d pawn could be a possibility. Direct knight c3 generally would run into knight d4. So somehow I doubt if queen allowing queen b3 check or putting the queen on c6. I don't know where the queen was best placed, but perhaps some miscalculation might have taken place before, because now she's thinking, yeah. So
Yes.
she has not anticipated the change in pawn structure, where a6 was a very important strategic tactical device, tactical motive of isolating opponent's pawn, a sort of minority attack which failed. So if should black succeed in exchanging a pawn, the white pawn will be weak, whichever white pawn is left. But queen b3 check and b6. I don't know if d5 is the best move. c4 did exist, but c4 gives a permanent square for white knight at d4 and should be avoided. White will eventually get knight d4. So I think d5, perhaps, yeah, knight d5 artificial move was also possible, perhaps, because you stop b6. Yeah?
But it looks so bad.
I
Like,
don't know.
why would
I don't know. I want to play c4 and c3. Why? I've got a passed pawn, and after c4 I can play knight e4. It's a space which I'm playing. Also, I'm threatening to win a pawn with. I'm threatening ab5. It doesn't seem playing with. I think perhaps those who have seen the Yusupov Karpov game will understand the activity, the piece play with these knights which Karpov was able to generate in the game. So yeah, perhaps it's artificial move. I agree, but Karpov was famous for artificial, fantastic, brilliant moves, and that's the secret of his play. In fact, Karpov's style was could not be imitated by any other player. And a few days back, months back, rather, Kasparov, while praising Carlsen, he said that well, Carlsen has a combined power of Fischer and Karpov. I think that's the
Wow.
biggest contribution by two exactly opposite sides, and if one has that, then no wonder the player has been the strongest in the history.
Wow, what a compliment to receive. And Praveen ji, you always come up with these wonderful moves. Knight d5, a move I would never even think of in this position. It's also the computer's first choice, and you came up with it so spontaneously. Even in yesterday's game, you were able to spot rook d7 combination in Lano's game quite easily. How is it that you're spotting such brilliant moves so fast? Let me inform our viewers that only I have engine access, and Praveen ji actually does not look at the engine at all.
No, but I can see the bar sometimes, but not always. I don't look at the bar all the time, but I think it's also, I've been playing tournament chess for more than 50 years, and probably chess is the only thing I'm good at. So
You're
that's
so
probably a reason.
But you are coming up with these very difficult moves very fast, and it is a very it is actually very inspiring to see this, because it also shows that there is no limit to improvement in chess. And also you've been playing chess, as you mentioned, for 50 years, and your
Tournament chess.
tournament chess, and your energy level and curiosity for the game remains intact. It in fact keeps growing.
Yes, that's true. That I have not lost the interest for the game. In fact, I'm as interested in game as I was 55 years back when I was not playing tournaments and I saw my first mate. And it has been a passion in the sense I remember the first combination I played in a friendly game with my elder brother and sort of thing. So it has been a passion and anything that is new, for example, anything that comes as a unexpected or something historic, then I remember it even if it's not my opening, because I know what the existing thought in a particular position is. And if somebody plays contrary to that, then it's always something which is curious, because if somebody plays unconventional moves and wins like Bibisara, then that's the first thing that arouses my curiosity. I think without curiosity, a chess player will not improve. So what in this position? Sometimes, as you must have yourself experienced, that if you're not able to solve a puzzle, particularly an endgame puzzle, which should be easy, then probably you're not able to get good sleep. And recently I saw a puzzle which wasn't easy, and I didn't know that it was a win, but I saw the difference in the regular positions, and I was able to find it out by 2 a.m. in the morning. I could sleep only after that.
Wow.
And also I think Carlsen, because I was watching the match, Carlsen and Anand, and there's a simple remark which Carlsen made. It looked that the game was heading towards obvious draw, the sixth game. And Carlsen made a simple reply. One international master journalist asked Carlsen if after this move wasn't the game heading towards a obvious draw. And Carlsen said, I didn't see any such possibility. And then I went home, and what I'd learned for 40 years, how could it be wrong? And I found out in morning 3:30 what Carlsen meant by that, and how great Carlsen's knowledge was at that young age. I could realize at 22. Something that had been said in general terms and has been correct in hundreds of positions was wrong in that particular position. I found out the results, and I sent SMS to some of my chess friends who, of course, questioned sending a message at that hour subsequently. But I couldn't resist informing my friends and students that, well, I learned something new at 3:30 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, wonderful. As Albert Einstein famously said, I am not especially intelligent, I am just infinitely curious. And I think that is what is special to chess players as well, that they are so curious and they are so passionate about the game that they are willing to stay up till 3:30 a.m. in the morning to find out the truth of the position.
Yes, I think so. I'm chess. Really, it's something. Chess has the power to make humans happy. That's what Dr. Sigbert Tara said. Like love or like music, chess also has that power, and it's true for most of the people who play chess.
So here we have reached a very interesting position in Nino versus Polina, with the pawns ready to march ahead to the queening square a5 and b6. White's triumph in the position. On the other hand, black also has triumphs with the strong central pawns. They are also ready to march ahead, and they are also occupying important squares in the center, giving scope for the knights to play on. So let's see how the game progressed.
Yes, I think connected passed pawns, so better chances for black in middle game, because the connected passed pawns and ready to move, and also in the center can be deadly. Yes, and the b pawn is alone in its advance. If it goes to b7, it will not be protected with a6 pawn, a5 pawn, because the black pawn exists. So in middle game, I think black is more comfortable. Knight on e2 is stuck for white. But yes, should white succeed in getting an endgame, full point is awaiting her.
So knight f5 was played, bishop b2, king h8, rook c1, knight to d7, and here white played knight d4. Very strong move by white.
Knight to d7, a bit strange move to play. Also, previous move, something could have been. I mean, to me, bb2 can be replied something quick, I think. Yeah, but you're not getting c4 and d4, so.
I think knight f5 is logical, but
yeah,
here maybe
but here knight
rook a e8 was good, because now you are forcing the knight to go away from e2, which controls the d4
it can't
square.
because of knight d4. So a bishop e5 or such move becomes necessary, isn't it? And it's artificial. Now you could attack the bishop now.
Now knight d7 would make sense.
Yes.
So you are attacking the bishop, whereas here after king h8, which was not required, white
Actually,
played.
you're walking on the diagonal. Subsequently.
Yes, you're getting out of one pin, but you're going into another. So king h8, not the best move by Polina, and white played rook to c1. Nino playing very strong chess here, bringing the rook to the semi-open file and threatening knight d4 next. Knight d7 was met with knight to d4. Now knight takes, bishop takes, and black will also have problems with the g7 point. So black did take on d4, and after bishop d4, queen d6 seems like the only move.
Yes,
But
queen c3 is a huge threat now, yeah?
yes, queen c3 is a huge threat, but even queen d6 is met with the wonderful move queen a3, again pinning the pawn. So the black pieces don't get out of the pin so easily.
Yes, I think it's already a exchange of one piece has resulted into almost a winning position. If black deliberately allowed a protected pass pawn on b6, then I think the knight exchange he should have avoided. And now that one knight is guarding the c, I don't know, it's very difficult to save this pawn. If you play c4, then you're bound to get into a strategically hopeless position. White just puts queen on c3, probably doubles in e line, or plays f5 and f6, rook g3 to come, 3 attacks against g7, rook e1, rook e7. It's just one-sided game, and all along, anytime simplification leads to, like for example, we remove queen and uh, rooks from this position, white plays bishop e5 and b7, b8. So, you know, like c4 is a very big committal move which nobody would like to play. Queen c3 is a threat. Rook c8 is not a permanent square, but perhaps rook a c8 or something. I prefer, I would totally prefer white. I think white must be at a big advantage here. So very strange strategic blunders, I mean.
Yes, and over here, let us also show one line that will not occur, but in case black plays queen b5 trying to exchange the queens, then we simply pick up the queen, and after a b5, bishop c5, and now let's say black plays rook f c8, then we have b7 attacking both the rooks and winning this position, and after rook a c8 we can still play bishop f8, and after rook c1 we play king to f2 or rook f1,
simplest rook f1, I think,
or rook f1, and after rook takes, king takes, knight to f8.
Another disadvantage of king h8, king into f8 wasn't so bad. Yeah, but yeah, because b6 you have b7, your knight b8.
Exactly, but after knight has to go to f8, we have b7, knight d7, and a6, followed by a7 and a8 queen, and neither, at least one of the pawns will queen, and white will win this game. So this is really unfortunate for black, that even the end game is just so terrible, and she can never think of exchanging queens and has to remain into the middle game. So king h8, a very big mistake by black here, and after rook c1, knight d7, another mistake by black. She could have played knight e4, which was more active and promised a good square for the knight, but knight d7, very passive move, and after knight d4, knight takes, bishop takes, black will have problems with the c5 pawn and playing against the b6 passed pawn. So Polina in a difficult position here, queen d6 on the board. Let's see if Nino is able to find queen a3 and turn the game around in her favor, and this time she has such a big advantage that it will be difficult to give it away.
Yes, I think also strategic advantage. I think black is going to lose a pawn. Black is not going to give a single threat because of the passive positions. I think knight d7 is a typical mistake which is result of, I can say that she allowed b6 passed pawn by mistake, and that's the reason why she is actually going for a passive move like knight d7. Her chances lie only in counter play because of the pawns, and that somewhere king h8 and knight d7 moves, which seem to be a sort of a choice which has been forced upon her. I think perhaps she missed queen b3 check and b6, or she made knight d5 perhaps, and she was not happy with this protected pass pawn, and that's why she goes for a passive move like knight d7. I think in bad positions, if you play passive moves, you are only going to make the things easier for your opponent.
Great advice there by Praveen ji. If you have a bad position, strategically worse position, complicate matters as much as possible. Play actively, play for initiative. Let's now go to Vaishali versus Humpy, but we did have a look at that game. So let's have a look at how Harika is doing against Alexandra Goryachkina, an important game for both the players. Of course, with 3 rounds to go, all the games are important. So let's have a look at how they reached this position. White had played rook d1 when we left it, and then black replied with knight b6. knight takes on b6 and bishop takes the knight, and here white did take the pawn, so bishop d5 was played. Rook fc8 was Harika's reply. She wants to enter to c2, so bishop c3 blocking the c file and also protecting b2. a4 by black.
A very committal move because you don't have a black bishop, so you could really, if the white bishop attacked this pawn, a rook would have to defend it. It's a very committal move, probably. But she wants to some activation with bishop c5 and bishop into a3, perhaps. I mean, she wants to activate the pieces, but a very committal move. I don't know, and time will tell if it was a good move.
So white played bishop f3 here.
Okay, really.
Yes, bishop f3 on the board. Black played rook c5, not h4 but rook c5, and white played bishop b4, rook c2, bishop c3 back. Now the rook is trapped, and king f1, bishop e4 is, or direct bishop e4, rook e2, king f1 is white's idea.
Yeah, or bishop, even bishop d3. Yeah, so yeah, even at that stage.
Yes.
So eventually a sacrifice will have to be made on c3. That means is bishop c5 fine in order to meet bishop e4 with rook into c3 or rook into b2 with a theoretical draw?
It is possible to play bishop c5 here, but black played rook to d8, so she wants to enter this endgame with rook d8, bishop d8. But now this position will be good for black because the rook is no more trapped because the first rank is free. So after rook d8, white will have to...
Isn't bishop c6 possible then? Rook and bishop c6?
Yes, it is still possible, and we can play bishop e7, I guess.
Yeah, and bishop into a4. And
bishop a4, rook c1.
And bishop into a3, which most likely a draw. Even pawn into a3, rook into c3 is a draw. So it's clear that Harika is now playing for a draw.
Yes, she's been playing for a draw for a while probably.
Yes.
And after rook d8, it is white's turn to play, but the engine gives a huge plus for white. So let's try to find the move.
I think rook a1 and bishop d1.
Oh wow, rook a1, what a nice move, protecting a3 with the idea to play bishop d1 or bishop e4 and trapping the rook. So do we have something in return? Because bishop c5 here will not work anymore.
Yeah, that's why I played rook a1, so that I don't lose the a pawn. So I think, well, I don't... Somehow bishop into h5 is also in air sometimes.
Bishop h5 is possible here. Let's have a look at bishop e4. Does this move work?
Win and exchange, yeah. Does it? Or bishop d1 directly also, no?
I thought bishop d1 will run into rook takes, and bishop a3.
But because I'm not winning the a4 pawn. No, I thought I made some.
So I thought this will be an issue for.
Yeah, this pawn down
white
is probably a good chance of a draw. True.
So that's why we can simply play bishop e4, trapping the rook, and after rook e2, king f1 is easy. So rook c3 has to be played, and after this move, even though the a3 pawn is weak, is it possible to really pick it up?
Yeah, rook b8, bishop c2, and I don't know if you pick one the a3 pawn. Still, it's not a draw because you have 2 pawns down. It's still, I mean, a4 pawn you're bound to lose. So even if you win the a3 pawn, the opposite card bishop is drawn, but rook and bishop ending is not drawn. Rook and bishop ending is quite bad, and it's not a great position to play with black with only 2 results, but most probably a tough position to play after bishop e4.
So I think rook d8 itself gives white a very good advantage, and rook d8 a mistake by Harika. It would have been better to play bishop c5 with the idea that bishop e4 will be met with rook takes the bishop, pawn takes the rook, and black can pick the a3 pawn, and after rook a1 we have
bishop b2, I think simplest, or rook c3. Okay, you want to leave it?
Bishop b2 or rook b3, and both the moves are equalizing.
Yes, bishop b2, rook a4, bishop c3 is a draw. Rook a7, rook f8 is probably a draw. I don't know, I'm not sure, but rook a7, rook f8 not very pleasant, but somewhat possible to draw. Maybe your move was better, much better than this. So
or rook d8, controlling d5.
Stopping bishop d5. But I don't think you can permanently stop it. Bishop c2 will eventually get into bishop b3 or something. But yeah, such positions are, if you are looking at rook and bishop, opposite card bishops ending with equal pawn on, there's a fantastic game by Alterman versus Karpov. one of the greatest games in which black with won with equal pawns. So rook bishop and 5 pawns against rook bishop and 5 pawns was a forced win, and I didn't know the game. And once I played against Kuraitsa, and I played that particular position where I was pawn down and I was trying to make a draw. And after some time, I realized I was losing. And then after some time, okay, I played some moves, lost. And he says, have you not seen Alterman Karpov? And I felt really bad because I saw the game. So Kuraitsa had an extra pawn compared to Karpov. And I played that position. I could have avoided that position. I wasn't in a bad position. I thought I could make a draw and I failed. And then I think, yes, something, Alterman Karpo is something, a historic game. And Kuraika felt so surprised that I didn't know that because I'd been playing for many years then.
Praveenji, you keep mentioning all these wonderful classics that you have seen and enjoyed and learnt from, and you just happen to mention them as if you were mentioning the names of your old friends. What is this quality that chess players, not all of them, but some players like yourself have? Is it got to do more with memory, or more to do with studying the games, or more to do with just being involved with the game?
I think involved with the game is important, but also studying the strategic portion of it, because I was very young, and Grandmaster Averbach said that as per Botvinnik's opinion, a strong professional player plays 99% by memory. And I thought it was impossible to play by memory because that's what the youngsters today want to do, thinking in terms of memory. So its memory is not, you will never get the same position in two games in general, but memorizing the patterns. So when I look at such an ending, opposite color bishop, I've kept that game as a model game. So I know. So I memorize by the patterns. For example, in 2008, there is a great game between Grishchuk and Karpov, which Karpov won. Every Karakan defense player must see that. And I saw many professional Karakan defense players didn't know that game. So I think it's just a matter of what is strategically fantastic, important, and it's going to last for decades. You have to spot them and you have to remember those patterns are ready to be used in your games. And if that sort of registration is not happening in your mind, then perhaps a limitation to your learning happens because you study a lot, you don't really understand the gist of that. So somehow I was able to overcome this problem with my anxiety, or rather, I was a beginner for 5-6 years. I mean, I didn't know the basic rules of castling. So perhaps I learned the habit of finding out the moves by myself.
Also, it is a good common quality between you and the rest of your family, many of whom are lawyers. They also have a habit of citing reference cases and remembering the past judgments, and they often use it in their cases. So it is a similar habit that you have inculcated in yourself.
Yes, I think it's a very important quality to remember things. And my son and my elder brother was a judge, but my son, my nephew, my niece, they're all advocates, and they all have to refer to the old matters, the oldest matters. You are yourself an advocate, and so I think and your husband is also advocate. So I think advocate and mathematicians can be great chess players, in my opinion.
Wow, that's a very reassuring statement that you have made. I have hope for my chess now.
No, you have wonderful future because you have been a world champion in one of the categories. I think perhaps somewhere some more effort is needed, in my opinion.
Definitely. And I hope to learn a lot from these players that we have been watching and from the strategies that they have been employing. So here I feel Harika did go wrong with rook d8, but was it still defendable after bishop c5, Praveenji?
I don't know. This is something which I have to think afresh because it's not exactly the same position. And so obviously black has a lot of stake because 2 pawns down in opposite colored bishop and rook ending is a very easy win for white. And in plain bishop ending, 2 pawns down has a good chance of draw. So again, black's success will be in exchanging rooks after you are exchanged down, and rook and bishop opposite colored. But yes, rook d8, I think rook a1 looks like the most precise move. My instinct,
And
because it attacks the.
it has been played. It has been played.
Yes.
Rook a1. Gorechkina very good at end games, by the way. It was
Oh, I
one
didn't
of
know.
her strengths while she was developing as a chess player back when she was, playing the under 16 youth championships
Oh,
and was touted as the next prodigy.
oh.
And everyone remarked, "Oh my God, I've never seen a girl so young play end games as well as she does."
Yes, in fact, because women are very aggressive in chess and they are thrilled by the kingside attack and checkmates, they study endgame a little less, including the example of my wife. She is always reluctant to study endgames. And that I've seen with most of the lady players, that they enjoy attack, so kingside attack so much that they find endgame very boring. And I think men are more professional from that point of view. They learn even what they find boring because it's a part of career success. Somewhere I think women decide by their choices more and what they like. That's the reason why they are not so good in game, because it's more or less mathematics, and women are good at arithmetics and mathematics. So it doesn't mean. Karpo has added a great thing to this. Karpo said that there is a different strategy of endgame. Of course, we know that, and you could even develop a sixth sense, a judgment uh, of endgame, which is different than a judgment in middle game, because he believes that actually intuition is nothing but educated gaze. And that's
Yes.
what Karpo says, that because intuition is educated gaze, if you've seen a lot of master games, a lot of end games of Capablanca, Rubinstein, Karpov, Averbach, then probably you automatically develop that sense that you can find out the best move or best 2, 3 moves. You can find a candidate moves without really going into reasoning of that.
Yes, and in fact, Judith Polgar, I once met her in a tournament and she advised me to study more of end games. When I asked her, what do you think I should do to become a grandmaster? She said, until a rating of 2500, I wouldn't say openings are very important and it would be better if you focus on middle games and end games. And in fact, she started learning the game from the end game. So that is a method she employed, and she, of course, benefited so much from it. The strongest woman to have played chess so far, and she was a world top 10 player with a rating of 2700 plus. So I think her experience and advice is definitely valuable for all girl players.
Yes, actually, Karpo is the player who says that one has to teach chess from the opening portion. There have been different thoughts. For example, it's been believed, like Istrin says, that you must start with e4, e5, and then other open games and d4, d5. But one great strategist, Cheryshavsky, said that you could start with d4, d5, so that you know the importance of material first, and then you go for the attacking line. Similarly, Karpo is the one who says you start with endgame first, develop the accuracy element first, and then you go for the other things. So Karpo says that it's important to understand the accuracy, the importance of accuracy is more. So rather than playing vague moves and vague sacrifices, you first learn to be accurate, then you go for the vague choices. So again, there are different lines of thought, but I think a great advice by Judith that everybody should study. And yeah, I really believe that till you have crossed 2500, you don't really need to prepare openings to that level if you have got strategic concepts well.
Wow, interesting ideas being shared here. And Gorechkina has played Rook A1, G6 by Harika. Definitely an advantage for white here, but we will come back to this game after a few moves. Let's have a look at Bibisara versus Nana, a game we haven't looked at for a while. So they are still in the middle game. Let's have a look what happened after Bibisara provoked this f5 weakness from black. So here Bibisara could have simply castled, but we saw a while ago that white played knight to e4, f5, knight came back to c3, bishop f6 was played, and white played short castle. Black played b6 here, and white played rook to d2 with the idea to play rook c1, is it?
Yes, I think a confusing move, but I think provoking f5 is a very long-term decision, Reti style, I could say, and perhaps she's very matured for her age, because now if the black bishops are exchanged, then the white bishop is going to dominate, and somehow rook d2. Yes, I'm still, as I said, her moves are most difficult to logically reason with, so I'm still wondering what does she have, what does she plan with this move rook d2. I don't know, because you are moving a rook in an open file and in the same square where there's no further scope. What's the purpose of this move? I'm trying to figure out. I'm not able to see her. I mean, her imagination is so great, it's very difficult to match her imagination.
Definitely, Rook D2, an unexpected move for us. It obviously, now that we look at it, it means that the white rook on F1 wants to go on C1, but we will see how the game proceeded. Black played knight D6 and she did not play rook C1, but she played rook F D1. Why is white doubling on the D file when
I think
the pawn is on
she never
D3?
plays committal moves. If you play rook c1, black plays bishop g5, and you have to move one of the pawns f4 or e3, and that's something which she doesn't do. Basically, she doesn't create pawn weaknesses, and we don't know what she wants to do at the moment. But she's avoiding all sorts of pawn weaknesses. But also after rook d1, bishop g5 was a consideration, because if you played rook c2, you would run into knight d4 or knight b4. So provoking e3 or provoking f4 could be a possibility in this, and I'm still unable to understand why she played rook d2 and rook d1.
So let's see the game. Rook f d1 was met with knight f7. Black is rerouting knights. Nana loves to reroute her knights. We have seen her do this several times in
But
this game.
wasn't bg5 interesting? I mean, you play against Bibisara the same way you do. She provokes you to advance pawns. You also provoke her to advance pawns. Could be a good strategy also.
Yes, I agree. Bishop g5 here was a good suggestion, but might have been considered but was not played. Rook f d1 was met with no, knight f7 played quickly by Nana, so she has her strategies in mind. E3 was met with queen
Oh,
e7.
anyway, e3. Okay, so white wants to break d4. Okay, now I understood. Okay, she just wants to play knight e2 and d4, where the e6 pawn and f5 pawn will be targeted. So she wants to play like Rubinstein, basically.
All right, all right. We will see the game if she managed to play like Akiba or not. A3 on the board and black played rook d7. Black is also doubling up on the d file. So now we know the strategy of both the players. And knight e2 by Bibisara. Bishop takes on b2. Queen takes the bishop and black played knight c to e5. Why this move? Why not rook? Okay, the rook cannot move because the knight is hanging.
But knight e5 means she's encouraging d4. So she thinks d4 is not a good move.
So d4 was played by Bibisara and black played knight to g4 with the idea to take on e3 perhaps. But no, the pawn is still on e6.
Knight g4.
So knight e3 is out of question. Out of question. Why has Nana rerouted her knight from c6 to g4?
And sometimes a e4 break quickly in this position would result into positions. I don't know if you have seen the Lasker-Sinets match, but just the e6 weakness was enough to lose in some of the games where Lasker beat Sinets, and also famous Alekhine games where he provoked f5 in French defense and he exploited that at different times, and sometimes in Catalan with e4 break. Somehow black is very uncomfortable with this. Had the pawn been on f7, position is roughly equal, but still knight e5 and knight g4, I'm not able to understand the purpose of that.
And let's have a look at the journey of this knight. The knight first came to d7, then it went to e5, it went back to c6, then it came back to e5, and now it's on g4. What about this other knight? The knight was first developed to f6, then it went to e8, knight d6, and finally to f7. So both the knights have had quite a journey.
Yeah, and I think if black wants to put knight on f6, that's probably the best square, because knight on a black square covers weakness on white squares, and it's a white squares which white has a bishop on white square, so d5, e4 points could be covered, and but also you need to cover e5 point, which has been done by the f7 knight. So she wants to split knight on f6 and f7 and hopes for equalizing the position. So let's see, somehow no plan for black and only a defensive plan. So extremely preferable position for white.
Right. So white played knight f4 here and black took on d4. White took back and black played rook d6, trying to double probably, and white played rook e1. Now the e6 pawn is amply defended, so but the queen is still in front of the rook, so black moves her queen to the d file with queen d7. White played rook d e2 and black replied with rook e8 defending e6, but now we see it clearly as a weakness, much more than earlier. And after b4, opening the a2 g8 diagonal, queen will come to b3. White is better. Black replied with knight f6, and it's white to move. Black will probably want to play knight d5, but at the moment it's not possible.
Yeah, so queen
Because
b3, she wants to take on d4 and give on e6. I don't know, it's a difficult position. You can't say it's losing, but I think white should win with. I mean, it's much simpler than Rubinstein's opponents. Also, if you move the knight, then if you move the f7 knight, knight d3 is always a possibility. And also d5 is always a possibility if you move knights from f7 because you can't play e5. So here I think, well, I'm not sure if this position is defendable. Already I think it's white as a very, but this was a great strategic game. I think perhaps I've started understanding Vivesara's style now.
this was a if Bibisara wins this, then this will be the game of the round because of
Yes.
fantastic strategic game, and we will have a watch on how they are doing. We will come back to this game. Let's have a look at how Vaishali is doing against Humpy.
Slight technical advantage, probably. She got knight on b4. Good choice. And
Let's have Vaishali's camera on the screen, and maybe we can have a closer look at the player cams to see how they are feeling about their game. You know, it really helps to have these player cams access that we have, because then we also get to see the player's body language
yes.
and can understand how they are feeling about their game.
She played knight a6 last. Yeah, I don't know if it serves great purpose. Of course, stopping a5 sometime, but c6. Of course, the idea is to give a, I mean, knight c7 check, which means that black is compelled to play rook b7. But is it really bad to play rook b7? Because knight a6, knights on the edge, doesn't really add to great things. Black cannot take the pawn on b2, rook into b2 because of knight c7 check, attacking the king and winning the rook. In fact, that's a threat by white. White with move knight b4 to a6 wants to play knight c7 check, so rook b7 looks like a forced move, because even if black moved the king, knight c7 would trap the rook. So rook c8 is too passive, and rook b7 looks like a move here. And is white going to gain something? Yeah, I think it's a good plan to double in the d line now. Vaishali is making some progress, I think, rook b7. But even if she doubles in the d line and gives rook d6 check, and we, okay, so white's plan could be rook d3 and rook d1, and then rook d6 check and take on c6. A very long plan, and let's see if it works out. Black is probably going to play rook c8, attacking b2. So it's going to be tenable. Here's rook d3, as I thought she has played it. She wants to double, and probably for rook c8 she wants to play. So interesting play by Vaishali. I think knight, put a knight on a6, doubling in the d file, wanting to play rook d6 check and rook into c6. Black's rook's bit passive, but nothing concrete. Humpy is a good defender. Let's see if she's able to defend this ending. As expected, knight a6 was followed with rook d3, and rook a d1 is the plan, followed by rook d6 and rook c6. Whether it's concrete, we don't know, because if black plays rook c8, black actually threatens rook into b2, and by playing rook a d1, white prevents that, so because the d7 knight is hanging. So rook c8, rook d 1, and then king e7 could be a logical play. I don't see big advantage for Vaishali though, but rook d1, black will play rook c8, rook d1, just voluntary king e7. So just to avoid a check, and seems like a tenable position. Although I have to be careful moving the d7 knight, because sometimes the white knight jumps to c5. Very difficult. I mean, to like this position with black.
Definitely, I think Vaishali. One of the things I observed about her is that she is naturally a dynamic player who wants to play player positions with initiative, play for an attack, sacrifice pieces. But over the years, she has forced herself to play different kinds of openings, different kinds of positions so that she can understand them better. For example, about a year ago, we played in the Indian National Championship where she was the top seed. She did not win the tournament, but she, I think, learnt a lot from that event because she was. I think if she had played her natural game, then she had a greater chance of winning the tournament. But instead, she used the opportunity to play different setups, played a lot of equal end games, voluntarily entered equal dry positions to force herself to learn new strategies and new playing styles. And I think that was a very good decision by her, and over the last 1 year she has improved a lot. She has played already, this is her second Grand Prix, and she played the first Grand Prix in September, Astana, and over there as well she did very well.
I think she gained 60 points in that, no? In
Yes,
the Grand Prix.
yes, absolutely. Can we have the overall standings of the Grand Prix on the screen, please? So basically, the Grand Prix is a series of 4 events where each event has a massive prize fund of 80,000 euros with a first prize of 15,000 euro each, and the overall winners of the Grand Prix, the top 8 finishers, also get a share of the prize fund of 80,000 euros, with the first prize being 20,000 euros. That's massive motivation for any chess player. But in addition to that, it also serves as one of the qualification tournaments for the World Championship cycle. So the Grand Prix winners, the top 2 finishers, qualify for the Women Candidates Tournament, which is the main qualification tournament for the World Championship match. The winner of the Candidates Tournament will of course challenge the current world champion. We are talking about the next World Championship cycle because the current World Championship cycle is already in place, with Tan Zhongyi and Li Tingji playing a Candidates Tournament at the moment. So these are the standings of the Grand Prix. Right now, Alexandra Kostyunyk leads the Grand Prix with 250 points, having played 2 events already, and Vaishali, as we mentioned, finished finished with 60 points at Astana in the 7th position.
In fact, to keep the players motivated throughout the tournament, even if you are not done well in the initial part, there's a very logical and just system of points. So, champion gets 160 points, second gets 130 points, third person gets 110 points, fourth finisher gets 100 points, and fifth gets 90 points, sixth gets 80 points, seventh gets 70 points, eighth finisher gets 60 points. In this way, even if you're last, you gain 20 points. So there is always a chance to play well in other 2 events and do well. So that, I think, keeps motivated. Not like just giving points only to top 3 in any event, but everybody scores some points and they are pooled together by the 3 tournaments wherein you play. So even if in one of the tournaments you finish 10th and you got only 40 points, your chance to is better than nothing, and you try to win, come first or second in the next events. So
And they also have prizes for all the places. So every round is important, even the last round, because even if you are in the last place, finishing second last will help you increase your placing in the Grand Prix as well as give you more prize money. So this is a very good system, serves as a good motivation for
yes,
all the players.
till the end, to all the till the end.
Yes, up till the end, because chess is not usually a knockout event. Very few events in chess are held in the knockout format, and many times, especially in round robin events, the winner gets decided maybe 1 or 2 rounds early, and definitely 1 or 2 rounds into the 8 or 9 rounds into the tournament. It is very clear who are the people playing for the top places and whether we have a chance or not.
Yeah, and the players who are not doing so well actually get disappointed and they don't play well. They are not particularly motivated, but this system takes care of that. So very good system.
Yes, absolutely great system. Now, there we have the prizes, and let's have the boards back on the screen. Now that we have spoken a little bit about the Grand Prix, let's have a look at how are the players doing today. We already looked at Vaishali and Humpy's game. Nino's game was extremely interesting. Let's have a look whether any progress has been made. So we left the game over here after. Oh, Nino found Queen A3. Wow,
Yes.
she's in
Yeah, you,
great form
yeah,
today.
yeah, you suggested that move yourself, yeah, and it was very strong. If white is able to trade the f4 pawn for uh, c5 pawn, it's a big victory. Then the b pawn is going to be, and probably this pawn is going to be lost soon.
Absolutely. And then black played rook to c8, defending the pawn, and white played queen c3 back because now the rook on c8 is also pinned. It's an interesting
Yes,
decision.
because rook c3 wasn't possible due to queen into f4, and there could be some threats, isn't it? Because you take bishop into c5, it's really a risky decision. Knight into c5, and then queen f2 check. Then even rook into c5, and rook into c5, queen f2 check,
Oh,
and queen
let's
f. Yeah, we
show
can.
this checkmate, which is typical checkmate where you sacrifice the queen but you checkmate the king. Also, it's important not to give check on f1 directly because white will simply pick up the queen for free. But first we give a check on f2, and only when the king goes to h1 we come here
And this
with the queen.
combination is not possible if white has a square in the second rank with h3 or something. But yeah, I think the tactical defense, rook a8 survives because the fourth attack. See, if it's a pinned pawn and if the fourth attack comes against this, then the pawn is going to go. But there is something else hanging, and that is the f4 pawn, and the queen is able to take that. So rook c3, the direct attempt fails, and now she wants to improve it, queen c3.
So queen c3 was played. Here black played rook f7, black putting up a staunch defense here, and white played bishop e5. Also a good move, I would say, because pawn takes.
And rook f3 loses to ed6, one of the pawn queens.
ed6, rook c1, and rook takes,
Yeah,
and
one of the pawn queens. And yeah, I think it's a strong decision because it's a typical Karpov-like position where these pawns are can be pinned, and black will be compelled to advance one of the pawns, and the other pawn can be pinned, and one pawn will be lost in long run. So
for example, let's show this line which you were talking about, Praveenji, after rook c3. Now because the king is on h8, this is even worse. If the king was on d7, black would have no problems.
yes, black could be better.
Yes, but here the problem is king is on h8, and let's say we play h6. We can simply play d. Okay, let's say we don't play h6. We play c4.
Yeah, d7,
d7, rook d8, and we
rook
play
e3.
rook e3, and there is a checkmate problem, and that's why black can't even pick up the pawn. Now, what happens if black plays h6 in this position? White will anyway play d7, and after rook d8 we play b7.
Yeah. Or it was possible to play rook c5 on the first move itself.
Yes.
Rook c5 and win all the pawns. And yeah.
Yes, and we simply make a queen here. So there were many winning ideas in this position because we have two passers, and that is the problem that black has. So here bishop e5 cannot be taken.
Yes, I think it shouldn't be taken at least, and cannot be taken for sure.
So white,
Queen c6 looks like the only move then.
that
Yeah.
was played, and white played h3. Uh, a slow move, but let's see what they have in mind. Let's reach the live position after
Yeah, because
h3.
you are stopped d4. c4 doesn't make any sense, and probably you could just gain with king h2 and rook g3. Rook g3. I mean, you can play a slow game here since your opponent can't play d4.
So black played h6, rook e1 was played, d4,
Okay.
and queen c4 was played, and now knight takes e5, rook takes e5, and rook d7. This is the live position on the board, but this is so bad for black
Yeah.
because of the pawns a5,
I think is
d6.
queen into a6 directly possible? Perhaps not, because c4 and the pawns are ruling. We don't know, but even that comes into consideration because white pawns are more advanced, and yeah, this is a bit risky. How about rook d3 to start with, or yeah, rook d3 and rook d1 and rook c1 is a plan as well. Some of the pawns are very weak, and there's sometimes rook e6 is also a very irritating move. Sometimes, and but
But
here
this
queen
is the
d5, yeah,
problem.
here queen d5. You can't allow the c4 blockade to be removed. So at the moment, something like, yeah, then black pawns are more flexible here, and white may have to concentrate on playing for a draw.
Yeah, this is the problem, that here it is not easy to make a queen, because first we have to support our b7 pawn, but then black plays d3 and
Black could win this position, I think.
yeah, black's pawns are also very advanced. So we have to be careful. It's not winning without any calculation.
Yes, I think perhaps rook on d3 or rook on b3 could be an interesting idea, but you're not getting b7. So rook d3, and perhaps you intend to take queen a6, and yeah, but since c4, rook d3 doesn't serve purpose. Perhaps rook d3 and rook d1, and then rook c1. But still, I mean, it's black's chances are purely tactical. Black is defending against the assault against her pawn, and white is going to assault the pawns, try to assault the pawns, and black is probably guarding. And every square, yes, the blockade on c4, the queen is blockading. That's the only drawback in white's position. So probably rook on f3 is not well placed to attack the pawns. So my idea was to play rook d1 and rook c1, but yeah, I'm not able to see a concrete plan, because rook c1 again, d3 is very confusing, and rook into c5 is
Met with queen
queen
c5,
c5,
queen takes,
yeah,
rook takes, and
d2,
d2.
and since there is no back rank mate, so h6 has been as proven. So I'm not able to find a forced win, but I believe that there is a forced win in this position.
Maybe yes, this actually needs some thought. Can we make a waiting move, king h2, just getting out of the pin?
Yes, in fact, black is cramped and black is running out of moves. Black may play rook d6, rook d7, or king h7, king h8, nothing more than that. And yeah, I don't know if how to break through this
Can
position.
we play rook e7, but then you play queen d5, yes?
Yes, rook e7 a bit dangerous unless you are winning immediately. Now rook c1, was it possible if the queen is now, I mean, after king h2, was rook c1
Now
possible?
can I take? Okay.
Yes, perhaps queen into e6 attacks the rook. Or is this possible? d3, rook c5, is this possible?
Now rook c5 is not possible.
Yeah, but
I
rook
think.
d1 also.
Yeah, it is also possible, but then you will make a queen, and this is anybody's game after.
No, I think I was playing b7 directly, wasn't it? No, not here. I was planning to play b7 directly. So at least
Oh,
I save a tempo.
all right. So d1 queen and
Yeah,
d8
I'm a
check.
pawn up, but I think it's trading your big advantage for very small. No, this should be a
Yes.
good drawing chance. Although the rook c8 is going to be very embarrassing. It's not very clear, because okay, I mean, you have to defend against the checks. It's not an easy draw. You're pawn down, you don't have any checks, and your opponent starts giving checks. It's not a drawn position for sure. But I'm not the best. I think white has missed something.
And also, I think we are getting ahead of ourselves, because
Yes.
here already 10 moves into the calculation and it's not
Yes.
clear, yes?
And all d3, there are moves like rook d1 when we saw, and come back and win that pawn.
So
Yeah.
rook d7, and here white is to move. Let's see if white has taken a decision. White plays f5 here. Wow.
Okay, so she wants to.
This is a decision.
Yeah. A faster decision. Rook d3, rook d1, and rook c1 was a slower decision. To provoke you to play d3, then come back rook d1 and attack that pawn thrice. That's a slower decision.
Rook d3 would have also been a more controlled move.
Yes, I think a safe move till you complete 40 moves. How far are they for 40 moves? Quite far?
No, it's the 36th move with black being under time pressure. White has
Oh,
20
okay.
minutes, black has 2 minutes.
Okay, so she wants to break open with maybe rook e6 or something. And
What I really like is Nino looks very confident today. You know, from her body language, from the opening she has chosen as well. You know, and like just her expressions. She doesn't look like a player who has just lost the last 2 games.
yeah, in fact, she chose a strong variation, I mean, sharp variation sandwich. I wouldn't say strong because it's not the most popular choice, but she played a sharp line, and well, she has, although the game has gone in a completely different way, it has not gone into kingside attack. The opening play by black was accurate in order to prevent the kingside attack. Somewhere it has suddenly become a queenside play, and now that she has majority on the king side, the logical plan, as Boleslavsky said, that in this structure, if white gets f6, white always wins, because black king will have no square. So it's very standard plan. In King's Indian defense, it's very common also for black to get f4 and f3. I mean, if you have a majority over there.
We have a very strong player watching our stream, Nubair Shah Sheikh, international master from Mumbai, and our good friend. He says hello to us. And hi Nuber, thanks for watching. And he says, any results so far? No, the games are still going on. All of them
Yes.
are fighting.
But probably we'll see results soon, Nuber. And be here with us and do participate in the chat.
Yeah, he's joined at a right time. There is also Mayur Gondhalekar saying hello. Mayur is from Japan. He's actually from Mumbai, but he lives in Japan and he's a huge chess lover. And he's been following chess since the lockdown mainly. And his aim is to become a 2200 player and get
Okay.
into the Japanese Olympic team.
Oh, but I think chess is not very popular in Japan. But
No,
of
they
course,
have a game like shogi,
yes,
which is very similar to chess,
yes,
and that is very, very popular. Chess is also uh, played in Japan, and they have an Olympiad team as well, but not as popular as shogi.
yeah. Shogi is more about occupying, capturing space. It's I think more or less like checkers. When you capture more and more space, and then your opponent is in zugzwang, and it's more. It's not like checkmate probably. Shogi, I think it's more about capturing area.
All right, I have
Yeah.
never played shogi. It would be nice to learn actually.
Yeah, no, it's a very complex game and it's very popular, perhaps more
Have
attractive to spectators.
have you played it?
No, but I heard of it, and I mean I know about the popularity it has, immense popularity, and it's one of the uh, reasons why chess has not picked up to that level in Japan, because
Absolutely.
people are very happy with shogi.
They are happy. If imagine if we had been happy with Chaturanga, chess would
Yes.
have never been invented.
Yes.
So
And also, I think the the tourists, the Indian tourists and the Iranian tourists, the Persian tourists, then which visited India, or the Indians who went to Persia, they were able to take this game to the West, and sort of, I think something that stimulates the brain never never gets sort of static in one place.
That's a very nice way of putting it. And f5 played by Nino. Black is played rook to d6, preventing the immediate f6. And now, but the rook has lost control of the 7th rank.
Yes, rook e7 can be a very embarrassing move, which means the c8 rook is permanently stuck, and the queen f7 can be a plan, because if you move the rook c7, so queen f7 is now a plan, and for queen f and rook g3 is a plan also, no?
Also, is queen d5 possible here? But
Now b7, no, but okay, the other rook is guarding. Queen d5 probably should be with such a powerful rook. I don't think black's pawns are menacing. Perhaps
we
queen
can
into a6,
take, and
because
this is
you have
hanging.
your tempo. Also, the ending queen into queen and f6 also seemed very strong, because the game is not going to be, but probably
f6.
probably too committal. But the initiative now it's going to be decided by initiative and not by the passed pawns. And it's going to be very strong position for sure. I don't think giving up the control of 7th rank was good. Rook g3 is a huge threat, as you can see.
Yes, and here also this would be very good for white. We can play. Can we play even queen a7?
Queen a7, queen b7 if you are worried about. Yeah, besides, it's the king
And
side.
queen rook g8 would be met with f6 anyway, and then you take and play queen d3. And this is
Yes, queen d3, queen to 7th rank as well, I think. No? Queen a7. It's a very, I mean, you can't take, rook f6. You must take rook f6, g f6, which is clearer, queen d3 or queen a7 after rook f6.
but rook f6 we have this problem with g2.
Okay.
That's why we have to maybe be a little careful here. Play queen a7 first, but then d3
No,
is something I was worried
queen
about.
a7 is probably queen b7. Does
So
it work anyway? D3, no? Queen a7, f6. Probably you throw f6, but how do you guard g2? There's no way to
but then
guard.
we come
No,
back
it's
to
not.
e2
Queen e2, and what do we threaten? Rook e8. Okay, so d3, but
and queen d2.
queen d2. Okay, but
We always have.
okay, and this checkmate. Queen d2 was the plan anyway. So,
And after queen g5, this is just to illustrate. We have
b7. Pawn into, okay, so yeah.
actually it's not clear. We have to be precise. We have to probably play rook d7, yeah,
b7, c4, b7.
or a6 maybe.
Yeah, but was b7 bad because of d2 wasn't coming? So
I did not like rook d8, but then you play rook d7.
Rook d7, and I mean I don't play rook c7, d2, rook c8, d1 queen surely. So rook d7. So I think it's probably every move wins. But as you said, rook d7
Rook d7
first
is the
precise,
cleanest.
because after c4 you have no progress. So I just play b7 or a6 or whatever I want.
Yes, and this
And
is
you can,
winning.
until you support d3, you can't push c3, which means you can never push c3.
Absolutely. So this would be completely winning for white. Let's see what is happening in the game after f5. Rook d6 was played and white played rook e6.
Still
And
a winning move, but she doesn't want to play for attack now. She wants another passed pawn. If she gets fe6, and if the rook is removed, then white has just gets e7 and rook f8 or something of that sort.
the difference between f5 rook e6 and direct rook e6 is after queen d5 we cannot take on a6. Uh, Actually, we still can take on a6,
Yeah,
but e6 is hanging in some
yeah.
variations.
So one has to be careful. I think.
So this is something probably Nino wanted to avoid and just keep the e6 rook protected so that there are lesser things to worry about.
So now queen d5 can be.
Even here queen a6 is possible.
Yes,
But then now c8 is not hanging and so she wants to wait for
yeah.
queen d5.
So queen d5, queen a6, and well, black loses a valuable tempo, and which means exchange of one rooks. White can come back queen c4, blocking the pawns. Yeah. So now queen d5, queen a6.
Rook d8
Okay.
played. Both the players black under severe time pressure. Just look at black has only 1 minute for two moves. White took on a6 now.
Okay, not worried about d3 because take and b7
Yeah, we can just take and play b7,
and
rook b3,
a6
a6,
and c4, a7.
and we
Give-
will make a queen.
Yes, two connected pawns in sixth rank are very strong. A rook cannot stop them from winning.
So queen a6 on the board. Shuvalova with only 1 minute to make a decision here. What does she choose?
And to play queen d5 and c4 is so slow because queen d5 you have to take into account f6, which will again start some kingside attack. And another move queen b5, which prevents you from playing c4 and d3 both.
Oh, queen b5 is very strong.
Yeah, and also f6. But I don't play. I mean, you are playing in a positional style, so you play queen b5 and then you want to play b7, forcing your queen back to d6, then a6. I mean, it's going to be decisive game very soon. Queen into a6. I think a very smooth strategic game after that strange move of knight d7 and some. I think somewhere allowing b6 itself was not great, but yeah, perhaps we can. We'll wait for the 40 moves to be over here.
Yes, queen
Yeah.
e5 on the board by Shuvalova, and let's see what Nino chooses. We see Nino getting a little tensed now. Body language is shifting, but she looks very confident anyway.
Yeah, actually, this move threatens nothing and prevents nothing in a way. Queen e1 check can be met with some check, but queen e1 check, king h2, queen e5 is a bit uncomfortable. And if you play queen e1, you lose the a pawn. So queen e1 check can be a very irritating move. If you have to play rook f1, then queen e3 check, and black starts ruling the pawn. So the first threat probably has been given, and queen on a6 needs to be there in case of queen e1 check and queen into a5. Should black succeed in getting a5 pawn free, then black could even be in a better position. So white probably there must be some precise play required here. So
b7.
So
b7 has
so-
been played.
so
Wow.
what does she wants? Queen e1 check and the rook
F1.
and queen e3 check, king h1. And when we play d3, I play queen b6, isn't it?
Yes, and then we simply win. We can also play queen 8
Oh, yeah.
for d3.
But queen e8, what did you intend to do for queen e8?
Queen e8 is possible,
Yeah,
yes.
so queen b6, I thought. And once you go rook b8, perhaps I can even take on c5 then. No? Your queen was on. No, queen is on e3. Sorry, I can't take on c5. But queen b6 prevents your c4 advance. So a6 and a7.
So
I think-
d3, queen b6 is more precise than queen 8, and we are attacking the rook on d8. Queen e1, the 40th move by black, and
Okay.
we can expect white to play rook f1 here, not voluntarily pin the rook with king h2, queen e5, rook g3. This is not at
Yeah.
all required.
Yeah.
We can expect rook f1, and we will have a look at other games once Nino makes her move.
Objectively, f6 is also a threat for white because the king side is also weak. So after rook f1, queen e3 check, and even if
Even
you
f6.
yeah. So and if you go queen b4 for rook f1, trying to stop the pawns, Then apart from queen a8, now in queen b4, queen a8 is as it is winning because you can't support the rook. You have to go rook g8. But probably queen b4, f6 is even more crushing.
Oh, wow, white
Yeah.
has many ways to
Yes, I
win.
think almost every move is till you, yeah, unless you make a blunder, losing the b7 pawn now. Because now losing a5 pawn is also not, I mean, not a big problem.
We see Shuvalova there playing with a pawn. We can see in the player camera that she's swindling the pawn in her hands, and definitely a sign of nervousness, because when you are nervous you tend to fidget with yourself a lot, and chess players, to avoid shaking their legs and hands, they usually take a piece or a pawn in their hand and prefer to play with it
Yeah, I think
to calm
yes,
themselves
but
down.
I think nervous reaction because she's a strong player and she knows that she's in a completely lost position. Probably last 15 moves she played because she was in time trouble and she had to play. Obviously, she realized that she was in a bad position, so now nervousness is going to show. Was Rook F1 played?
Yes, rook f1 on the
Yeah.
board, 41st move. So we can expect a win for white in this game. We can go to Harika's game, which was the other interesting game that we were looking at. And 40 moves have just been completed with this position on the board.
And difficult position. I think the normal strategy for white would be to play f4 first and for g4 then probably e4 and c6 and move. But yes, there is always a danger of back maybe h3 and f4. But I think it is in black's interest to play g4 and blockade the pawns.
Yeah.
So I think white should play f4 before black plays g4 because the f2 pawn needs to be mobile in this. If black is able to blockade with g4 and the f2 pawn stuck at that, then the majority on the king side doesn't make sense. Yeah, some chances of a draw, but not really a defendable position. h3 perhaps can still be met with g4, and I think f4 is the most principled move if it works. I don't know if it's tactically working. It should work tactically as well.
Oh, Vaishali and Hampi have just drawn their game. Let's go and quickly look at what happened here. Uh, this is the final position of the game where Hampi offered a draw and it was accepted by Vaishali. Let's do a quick roundup of this game and come to the live position.
Yes, I think.
So Vaishali was playing white against Hampi and she opened with e4, to which Hampi replied not with the usual Petrov that she has chosen against
She has
Vaishali
won
before.
many games in Petrov actually.
Yes, against Vaishali.
Yeah.
And Hampi went for an unusual Spanish this time with
The
bishop
first
c5.
reaction against Roy Lopez, unusual today, but it was the first reaction 200 years back or 300 years back, classical as it is called. And it intends to, I mean, it develops a bishop because bishop into knight is not a threat. So subsequently, when you play d6, you're not worried about the bad bishop on f8. I mean, if you look at the theory in those days, 200 years back or 300 years back, when activity of pieces mattered more than today.
Absolutely. So let's have the yes, and the Vaishali game is already over, so we are doing a roundup of the game right now. They have drawn their game, and
Yeah, I
one
think,
minute.
yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we have bishop c5 on the board, and after short castle, knight to d4,
Yeah,
white took.
d6 is also a possibility here, d6 instead of this, but knight d4 is more solid.
Yeah, and after knight takes, bishop takes, white played c3, bishop b6 and d4. And here Praveen sir mentioned that after knight d4, white has this unusual idea starting with b4, so that when they reach the position that they did in the game, after c3, bishop b6, d4, c6, and here white's pawn would already be on b4, and after bishop a4, d6, white would have the idea to go b5, which was not the case in the game.
Yes, in the game, that's why she claimed bishop c4 because now it's not very great to put the bishop on a4. It doesn't it doesn't have any point, so let it concentrate on f. So this is a standard position known for several decades, perhaps a century or more.
This
So
is a pet line of the English grandmaster Michael Adams, in fact.
oh, when he wants to make a draw, probably.
He has won 2 games, so we
Oh,
don't know whether
okay.
it's to make a draw or to
Okay, with
just
black. Okay, that's great.
maybe he likes it as black. And after bishop c4, d6, a4 a good move by Vaishali,
Yes, I think so.
not allowing the bishop to remain on this diagonal, and after knight f6.
Yes, well, we can say the black plays a5 here instead of this. Then de, queen d8, bishop d8, bishop e3. And you don't know what to do with your pieces.
Exactly. So white
White
does
brings the
not.
knight to c4.
Yes, white's knight will come to c4, and what does black do? We are not clear about that. So let's have a look at how the game progressed. a4 a good move, not allowing the bishop to stay on this diagonal. Knight f6, pawn takes, and they entered the queen endgame. And after this, we felt Vaishali was better after a few moves due to the move rook d8, which we
King
felt.
e7 and rook d8, bit artificial. Ah, yeah, bishop e6 here also. King e7 is a good move, yes.
Rook d8 we felt was not so great. Instead, bishop e6 was required, exchanging the light squared bishops. And after knight b3, black has knight d7, controlling c5. So this would have been a good strategy. Instead, rook d8 was chosen by Humpy, and knight b3 was met with b5. Here bishop e6 doesn't work because bishop takes, and black has to take back with the pawn. King takes, loses to knight c5 and knight b7, and this is undesirable. So b5 played by Humpy, a seemingly active move, but after a takes b6 en passant, black cannot take on b6 because the rook on a8 is hanging. So bishop b6 was played, and here knight a5 would have been a strong idea, with the idea to meet rook d6 with b3 opening up the bishop on this diagonal. Wonderful plan shown to us, but we did not see it happen over
Yes,
the board.
because if black has to play c5, then white has very strong position.
So white instead played the most logical move, bishop e3, but this is not sufficient because black plays bishop e6 here and manages to sort of equalize.
Yeah,
Even though it
not,
is
not completely equalized, but I'm in a position where black can draw with correct play, and white can draw even with incorrect play.
yes, definitely easier to play as white in this position, but black is not feeling too happy to play this game, this position, but she is not worse. That's what we
Yeah,
can say.
not really worse. I mean, okay.
But already now again knight d7 and knight b4, she has problems with the c6 pawn. So maybe it was not easy after all.
Bringing the king to c7, was it working? I mean, black should put the king on b7 in this structure once white has moved. Try to bring the after knight d3, say try to bring the king to b7 perhaps, and then trade the. But e5 is a problem also.
Yeah, right now e5 is hanging, so knight d7, knight b4. So perhaps we are too quick to judge. Black still has problems to solve with her pawn structure, which is very weak.
Yes, for example, king d6, rook d1 check, and king c7, knight a6 check. The wrong rook, I think. No, maybe we could have brought the other rook probably. Rook
Yes, sorry,
rook
the
a d1, yeah, and king c7, knight a6 check. So and everything is hanging, d7 and b8, and yeah. So not easy to guard the pawns.
So black played bishop takes e3, rook takes the bishop, and black played king e6, giving up the c6 because the b2 is unprotected. And after knight a6, black played rook to b7, not allowing the c7 check, and c5 is guarded with the knight. So it is a shaky position for black with many weaknesses, but let's see how she managed to defend
Yes,
it.
I think rook d3 and rook d1. So rook d3, she played rook c8. I think we saw up to that, yeah. Rook d3, rook c8, and I think rook a d1 was not. We didn't see after that. Rook d3, rook c8. I remember.
And b4, another
Yes,
logical
yeah,
move.
yeah, because rook a d1, then it's simply king e7 or something.
So black anyway played king e7 here, voluntarily going back, and after rook a5, pressurizing on e5.
Also stopping c5 perhaps.
Stopping c5 in case, but right now rook d7 and these tactics.
Yes, but after rook takes c5, I think it's not a winning ending, because the a passer is more dangerous than the two c passers, king c6 and
Right.
yeah.
So here black played rook to b5, and
Okay.
here rook b5, cb5 would be good for black because now the
Yes.
c3 pawn will become
Yes.
backward.
But yeah, not really good in the sense when you play knight b6, your opponent plays knight c5, so it's equal position anyway. But you trap the knight, okay. Okay, there could be a threat of rook attacking the knight. Although rook c6 directly, no. But rook a5 is certainly, I mean, she's been playing for these isolated pawns, so she wouldn't take rook into b5 for sure. So retreat looks logical to A3, A2.
A2 and rook B7. I was met with rook A5 and they actually repeated the
Okay.
position
So
here.
is C4, C5 such a great threat? I don't know.
Can we play C4 here?
Yeah,
Then C5.
yeah, that's white is not able to get yeah, but C5, and after B5 the knight is badly stuck. So it's white will be on defensive here. So C5 can't be met with direct rook D5 as well. So C4 has to be met with probably with C5, and that's the reason she moves the rook. White has some chances, but I don't see a clearer idea. Probably to bring the king, but where to put the king with rooks on the board? So probably a very slight advantage to white, and draw is a justified result.
Yes, I think a draw was justified. Over here, we felt that white had a good chance with knight A5. This was an important point to not play bishop A5 but knight A5 first, and after bishop D7 or rook D6, anything black plays, we play bishop pawn to B3 and bishop A3.
Yeah, no, very easy position to play king F1, F3 and put all the pieces. Maybe like goes king E8, so you can't play bishop A3. But knight B7 and knight D6 check, and then bishop A3. Knight B7 just wins. So it's a safety of the king that's going to matter when there are more minor pieces. And bishop on A3 is one of the greatest menaces because the D6 square is weak. And exchanging that bishop, I think, it's contrary to the spirit of initiative in this ending. So perhaps bishop E3 was the wrong choice at that stage.
Yes, interesting game by both sides, and definitely Humpy must be relieved to have saved this. We have another result on Bibisara versus Nana's board. They have also made a draw. We did not expect this so soon.
Bibisara was much better. I mean, she played strategically very correct chess, and let's see what went wrong then.
We left it at rook d6, and after rook e1, black played queen to d7, rook to e2, rook e8, and b4 was played with the idea to come on the a2
And she
g8
played knight
diagonal.
f6. I think surely this position is not equal.
Yes, definitely looks better for white, and white played h4 here,
Okay.
preventing g5 probably.
Yeah, perhaps.
And
And it's possible. And the way she has been playing, she could encourage that move because she wants the opponents to move the pawn. Was queen b3 possible here?
yes, this is my question as well. After rook d4, which is black's idea, can we take on e6 with the knight? But then you
Yes.
play rook d3.
Yeah,
And
I go
can I
queen
play?
a2 perhaps. Yeah.
Yes. And what does black have?
Yeah, it's a very. I mean, my knight is ready to jump somewhere.
But where it's not clear, yes?
Yeah, it's probably not a winning position, but I mean, h4 means probably Bibisara felt that she was not prepared to play queen b3 and she wants a knight on f4 for a while. So if g5 comes, then she doesn't know where to move the knight. When we play queen b3, we make a choice that we're going to e6 at the cost of d pawn. Now she plays h4, so she wants a few moves to prepare. Maybe b5 and bishop c6 was on her cards. Was b5 directly possible? An artificial move instead of h4, b5 planning bishop c6. Was it possible?
It might be. Let's have a look at how the game went, because she did play b5 on the next move. After h4, rook e7, b5 was played. So
Now, yeah, but bishop c6 threat is gone, but still okay.
let's have a look at how the game panned out, and we can come back to this
Yeah.
position. After b5, rook d4, knight takes the pawn. So the pawns are equal, but white has the initiative. And
Was bishop c6 gaining a move good? I don't know. Yeah, it has to be decided. I don't know. Perhaps a tempo is generally always. You're giving me another tempo with rookie.
then where do I move the queen? Where do you suggest I move the queen?
C8 I thought.
No, but
okay.
d4 is
Sorry,
hanging.
sorry. Okay, then there's a forced move.
It's
But
forced.
now rook e6 comes into consideration as well. And you take and if you give rook d1 check, still you're not safe. And yeah, somehow it's not a likable position. You must take rook into e6. Oh, rook d2. Well, rook d2, rook d6.
Because I don't have any other choice, no? Queen c5 is possible. Sorry, rook
No,
takes.
yeah, and now
But this
moving
is lost, I'm sure.
yeah, queen d8. I don't
Rook
know.
d1 maybe.
Yeah,
King g2 and rook queen d2.
are you sure the ending is okay for you? Anyway,
This
yeah.
looks terrible for black, but let's find out why. Um,
I think taken rook E7 itself seems very strong, no? I mean,
But
okay, you
knight
are knight G4,
g4,
you are knight G4,
knight
okay.
g4 is the
Now at the moment, no, because of mate in 1, so you have to plan knight G4.
yeah, knight g4 will lose to rook e8.
So you have to
So
plan that. So I'm hoping to win the A pawn, and then when I lose the F2 pawn, I have something very clearer. Also, you don't know where to move your king because, and I could try to exchange your powerful knight. Where was my
so
rook?
here g5 is a
Yeah,
move.
where was my rook? Where was my rook in the last move? Yeah, maybe I want to improve over that move which I played last. Rook E7. Can I go knight D5?
Yes, knight d5 is
Cor-
possible, but again knight e4 or knight g4 loses to rook e8,
So I exchange your best
and knight
piece.
d5 is impossible due to
Yeah.
rook e8
So I
as
exchange your base piece, and what do you do? H6. How do you defend against this position?
well.
Is
Yes,
there a
it's
way?
quite bad. I think knight h6 is the
Ah,
only move, and
okay, and
after
I can't
knight
take the pawn
takes,
because you have rook f2 check.
knight g4 and rook f2.
Yeah,
So
I can't
yes,
take rook into f5 because of knight e3 check. So yeah, you can knight g4. See, I think black is defending and depending on tactics and defending a strategically lost position. I thought.
this is very difficult for black. Can we also stay in the middle game
Yes, I
with
think so.
queen
No, so come. I think some move, queen move. Yeah. There's no mate in queen into f6 and rook e8 check and knight h5 check. Unfortunately, no. There's no mate. Yeah, because king has too many squares. Yeah, and there's no bishop check coming. Maybe king h6
h6
also. Yeah, king
is even
h6.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no check. The remaining piece is not giving a check. But yes, black is in danger. We should keep the queens. And
No, queen p3 would be winning for white because we keep the queens and black's king is so bad
queen
on
e1 is
e8.
not possible. Queen c1 doesn't threaten anything because rook g1 check is met with king h. Okay, this knight g4 check. So rook queen c1 and I think perhaps rook into f6 and bd5 and
Oh,
no, but also yeah, there's some
and knight e2. We
ah
block the g1
okay,
square.
and no time for rook h1 because the queen is attacked.
Yes.
Yeah,
And this would win for white because the king is so vulnerable and all of his defenders are busy doing something else. So they will not be able
yeah.
to reach him on time, and white will win this position definitely. Instead, white played bishop c6 was a great idea, Praveen
I
ji.
mean, she played b5, so I thought bishop. I mean, it's most natural move to have. In fact, I wanted to play instead of h4 b5. So I think if I play b5, why not get tempo with bishop c6? That was my idea.
She played knight e6 within 5 minutes. So she
Okay.
thought for 5 minutes here and played knight e6,
So she
and
played bishop on g2 better than c6. Okay, perhaps.
after knight e6 she played rook to d1. Maybe she missed rook d1,
Ah, yeah, okay. So
and after rook d1, which was also played after 5 minutes, so she definitely missed it.
but now your king
Queen
doesn't have a
d1,
good square, so you can't play king h2 because of knight g4 check.
king h3,
And okay, now you at least have knight f2 check and
and queen g1.
oh yeah, queen yeah, knight
Queen g1
yes,
checkmate.
yes, so it's not
So this
possible.
would be lost.
Yeah, so
So bishop f1 is the only move.
yeah, and now bishop c6 would have created a square on g2. Now I think did this happen?
Yes, if
And
bishop was
why
on c6, king could go to g2, but queen d6 was played, and after knight f4, white offered a draw, which was taken by black.
I think because she missed a few moves. I don't think she's worse here. I think she's still slightly better. f5 is weak, but because she missed that move rook d1 and I think because of that she offered a draw.
Or maybe she has some norm chances, because we must not forget that players can also make a grandmaster norm in this tournament, with so many grandmasters playing, and not all the players playing here are grandmasters. For example, Bibisara is an international master.
Yeah,
It
I
is
think Vaishali also. Yeah.
yes, there are
Many.
Bibisara, Vaishali, Zujiner.
Oh, even
So they we are not sure if they have all completed their 3 grandmaster norms yet. So Vaishali, I know, has 2 grandmaster norms, and she only needs 1 more. And Bibisara, it's not clear, so maybe she has norm chances and she feels draw is a good result for the same.
Also for the title. I mean, she's in the contention for the title. She's still in the contention for the title. So it's probably a good result because I think she felt at bishop on f1 something had gone wrong, and at that time it's good to play as per the instinct because something has gone wrong. My bishop on f1 is nonsense. I made a mistake. I need not follow it with other mistakes, more mistakes. So I think a good result, somewhat a great escape, but yes.
Wow, wonderful. So, I think good result for Nana. She must be very relieved. And Bibisara, we are not sure if she is disappointed or maybe she's satisfied. We will wait for the player interviews, but we definitely feel she had a great chance to win this game, especially once she had built up this fantastic position with beautiful strategy from the opening.
Yeah, I mean, she tempts, she sort of provokes opponents to advance the pawns, and then, if I was provoked, how many bays back, and now she was about to win this pawn. She has actually won the e6 pawn. So, very great strategic play sometimes, and very unusual often. Although in this game it wasn't unusual, but she prepared for d4, so she played rook d2, rook d1, and then e3 and d4. It took me a while to find out what she was going to do. So, a great strategist also, perhaps, and a strange concept of strategy as well. Hyper modern strategist, also a sort of classical strategist, and a good
Let's
and good in tactics, I think.
Yes, let's do a quick roundup for everyone who missed the opening. Let's go back, and Bibisara opened with c4 in this game, to which Nana replied with e6, and they reached this English setup where which Bibisara had played twice before in this tournament already against Hampi and Harika. Here Nana did not go for d4, which was both the Indian players' choice. She took on c4, and after queen a4, bishop d7, queen c4, c5. This was the position that the players reached, and here white played knight e5, queen c8, and queen d3, a subtle idea with the intention to take on d7, and if queen d7, then queen takes, knight takes, and bishop b7. So she wants the black knight to develop to d7 and not to c6. And after about 11 moves, this was the
But
position.
black could have played knight c6 in that specific position itself for queen d3.
Over here, yes, black could have played knight c6, but she does not go for knight c6 because she probably doesn't
No,
like
I think
knight
I think
b5.
queen. Am I really in a bad position if I take with the queen, knight d7, queen d7, as you said? No, if I want to take with the queen, is it all that bad? I don't know. Queen into queen check.
No, it's not clear. It's an
Yeah,
opening position,
yeah. So
and there could be many ideas.
yeah,
And after knight c3, short castle, knight takes b3. This was the position they reached, and it was surprising for us that Bibisara didn't castle.
yeah.
She played bishop b2 and rook d1 quickly, and let's say in the 15th move after rook f d8, even here Bibisara didn't castle but played rook d1, which was
Yeah, strange
surprising.
we thought, and I think she's planning for d4 because she has got two bishops. She wants to open up, so she wants to eventually. And she's started planning for d4 break right now. We thought it would be impossible because black getting knight c6, but I think it's a great strategic concept that black will not be able to get e5, the structure, botanic structure, which is Morozzi structure, which is very strong. Black will not be able to play knight c6 and e5 in absence of light colored bishop, which means that black pawn will remain on e6, and that will permit white to get d4. So very deep planning. She has decided to play d4 at this stage. That's why rook a d1 and castle. Black will never be able to play knight c6 followed by e5. Knight c6 is possible, but e5 would be too committal because of the weakened light squares in absence of the c8 bishop.
And here again on the 17th move, we saw fantastic idea by Bibisara to play knight e4,
Yes.
provoking f5 and coming back knight c3. So two moves wasted for provoking f5 and
Yeah.
weakening the e6 point.
And she was about to reap the fruits of that several moves later.
Yes, so we will see how she continued. After castle b6, white played rook d2, and another move we didn't really grasp until she played rook f d1 and e3 on the next move.
Yes,
And
after rook f1, it becomes clear that she is going to play for f3, and she doesn't mind
so
isolated pawn.
this
Yeah.
is White's idea, that she wants to play d4 and play against the e6 weakness. A great strategic concept shown by White here in this game. And over here they already reached a possibility to play d4 as White, which was played, and after knight g4, knight f4, pawn takes, then e6 became a crucial weakness for black, and black was definitely suffering, even though black managed to defend it temporarily. And after b4, another strong move by white. She is threatening to play queen b3 and pick it up. Knight f6, h4 preventing g5, and this was the point which we already looked at.
Yes.
Bishop c6 would have been a great move, but not opted by Bibisara. Missed. Knight e6 was played instead, and here, because the king doesn't have a square on g2, she has to come back bishop f7, bishop f1, and much of her advantage has been
Yes, I
lost.
think almost everything. I think those who play this pawn structure or perhaps with isolated pawn must see a game between Lasker and Stenic. This particularly 6 pawns versus 6 pawns. While the isolated pawn, a fantastic win by Lasker over Stenic. D4 versus E6 and black pawn on F5.
Wow.
And white having a bishop on F3 in that game, not G2. A fantastic game. You should see that. Although technically it wasn't big advantage, but the way Lasker improved his position was tremendous. And Bibisara probably has seen a lot of classics in my opinion, because she at least plays some ideas where, sometimes I feel that she doesn't know many classics, but I think she has played some good, because she shows knowledge of strategic concept, which is at a young age not so easy.
Wow, and here also another point we wanted to say was that after bishop c6, white is also ready to take with the rook, because again the g2 square
Yeah,
is
the
available.
main point, yeah, because there is no bishop f1 necessary.
Yes, and king h2 would run into knight g4 ideas, but king g2 square is the crux of white's
Actually, here
defense.
king h2 is not impossible. Knight g4 check would run into rook e8 subsequently. So
Yeah, but
yeah, king h2
exactly.
doesn't make sense, but it's a trap. If you go knight g4 check, king g2, then knight e3 check. When you play committal move, you always create more committal moves. So
Absolutely. So this was a great game by Bibisara overall, but here she missed bishop c6, which was surprising, and goes for knight e6.
yeah, she missed rook d1, I'm sure. Yeah.
And they agreed for a draw in this position. So good result for Nana. One more result has been decided. Nino Batsiashvili has won against Polina Shuvalova. We actually had a good look at this game, and after the players reached this position, black played queen a6, queen e5, b7. We saw these moves being played on the board. By black played queen e1, rook f1.
Yeah, we saw up to here, isn't it? Yeah.
Queen e3, king h1, d3 played, and white simply played f6 here, breaking open the king side as well. And so now there are mating nets around the black king as well, in addition to the b8 pawn queening.
And as we were discussing, queen b6 was equally good because it would pin the c5 pawn, rendering the d3 pawn by itself hopeless. So this is also a way of playing, but f6 is the main idea also, because the king is weak, and if allowed, pawn into pawn check and queen f6 check. So did she play any moves now?
No, she played queen e8, f7, queen f8, and queen b6, and black resigned. Now queen d8 is also
A threat, and rook b8, then a6 probably, and a7.
yes. So black is completely busted, and white, great game by Nino. What a strong comeback after losing 2 games in a row. Such confident chess by the Georgian grandmaster.
Yes, and a fantastic play here after getting a winning position, but a very sharp choice and very sharp play. Although I think black had a good position with knight on d5 once after the break. But games are not decided by 1 or 2 mistakes in the opening, as Dr. Emmanuel Lasker always said. So it has been decided by the quality of middle game played in this game, and this game white definitely played better middle game than black.
Wow, wonderfully put there. We will come back and have a look at Harika's game after a short break. This is the live position on the board between Goryachkina and Harika. Goryachkina definitely has a huge advantage here, being 2 pawns up, but we will have a closer look at this game once we are back. Do stay with us. Hi, welcome back. After a quick break, we are having a look at Goryachkina and Harika, the only game that is left. There have already been 3 results on the other three boards. 2 draws between Bibisara and Nana, and Vaishali and Hampi. And Nino Vatsiashvili won against Polina Shuvalova, her first win in this tournament and an important one for her confidence. So this is the only game that's left, and we see that Goryachkina has an extremely awesome position here with Harika suffering 3 pawns down already.
Yes, and no sort of hope of any type, I think, because no way to. I mean, the only plan is to try to win the f2 pawn, and if she succeeds, he has some chance. But it's not like, for example, if white plays say something like rook h7, you can't even play bishop c3 because rook c7. So no real hope there, I think.
This is we had a look at the plan with h3 and picking up the g4 pawn, but it seems like Goryachkina managed to pick up the h5 pawn for free. So now that Harika is thinking, we can go back to the rook d5 position and look at what did Harika do for rook d5. Harika played f6.
Yes, in fact, I didn't know how could the pawn be won, but she must have played very well in this.
And
So
bishop f5 by Goryachkina with the idea to play bishop g6
yes.
and take the h5 pawn and the g4 pawn as well.
Yeah, but in that case, at least h4 can be tried. Yeah, and there's no way. I mean, bishop c3 doesn't work. Yeah, bishop c3
And bishop g6
and
anyway.
bishop e1.
And rook f5. This is the problem.
Yeah, but rook f5. Yes, and okay. And then I concentrated on c5 pawn. Probably she did that because she was won the
That's
c5 pawn. Yeah.
This is exactly what happened. So rook
Okay.
b5.
Okay.
White played rook d7 check, another good move. King f8. King e8 and c6. Black played rook c5, and white simply picked up these 2 pawns in return of the c6 pawn. Rook h7 was played. Rook c6 is not possible yet because of bishop d7 check. King f8, rook takes the pawn on h5, rook takes on c6, and bishop g4. White is 2 pawns up with all the pawns connected.
Three pawns up.
3 pawns up with all the pawns connected, and rook c2 here was met with bishop f5, rook b2 and rook h8. A great position for Goryachkina, looks impossible to defend. Let's see what Harika is doing. King g7 met with rook h7. Very tough game for Harika here.
And the h pawn will march. Black's only chance is bishop c3 and bishop e1. So only that has to be. If you win the f2 pawn, but even bishop c3, king f1 is not very clear. But you at least give some checks and create. Yeah. So only plan if you win the f2 pawn. That's if your opponent blunders into that. In fact, I was expecting her to put rook on c8 instead of rook h7, but
She's played rook d1 with the idea to prevent bishop e1. After bishop c3, she will simply play rook d1 here.
okay, and then g4, h4, and g5. Okay, once you play g4, h4, and king g3, yeah, it's basically you should be analyzing this.
Bishop c3 on the board, and rook d1 can be expected, or maybe she'll give a check and play rook d1. Either of the two moves will definitely be played.
Yeah, and rook d1 makes it so easy for white to play then.
So why is it easy? Because we have an extra passed pawn and we have 3 pawns.
I think we just go for a g5 break and well, we just advance our 3 connected passed pawns.
So we will slowly advance our pawns with the help of the rest of the pieces, and they all are each other's friends, connected, happy, and advancing. Oh, difficult.
King f1, okay, so okay, she played king f1, stopping that. So bishop check and rook check.
Right.
Okay, so what does she want to do for the checks? Rook b1 is covered again. Rook should have been on a file. Okay, so king f1. So h4, g4, f4. Yeah, rook a. As she's setting traps, rook a2 was failing to bishop e6 check. So she has actually artificially prevented f2 from being attacked itself. So perhaps she just goes g4, black goes rook a5. That looks like possibility. And rook a2 allows bishop e6 check. So she's not allowing. Yeah, so here probably if g4 she wants to play rook a5 and then rook a1 check, but she can't play rook a2 again. So yeah, it's not a position to really analyze.
Can we have a closer look at the player camps so that we'll have a look at the board? Yes, there we have it, and rook b5 has been played.
So I think, well, nothing much to comment about this game, but bishop d3. I think she's finding some tactical way to exchange rooks. I think the way she's playing, she probably wants to exchange rooks or simplify. I don't see much point in this move, bishop d3, because rook a5 is natural, and she still wants to make sure that your opponent doesn't attack your f2 itself. So not about bishop e1, but rook itself doesn't come to 7th rank. So probably she's going to play g4 here or h4 here, and maybe rook d5, but your opponent is not going to take it for on rook d5. So I think she hasn't really improved in last two positions, but she doesn't need to improve. Really, the position is too strong, and even yeah, uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, she just plans to play if given chance at h5, h6, and h7. So I think a very good technical game, no, very one-sided and probably very accurately played by white. In the sense, black made some serious mistakes, but white did enjoy some specific advantage and a nice way of playing against hanging pawns. We can perhaps see how the games went, but yes, it was a very one-sided game with no threats from black side and no real hope. So very strategically accurately played game, and I must say almost no mistakes from white side. Yeah, almost all correct moves. Although it wasn't really difficult to find those moves, but yes, it's again the accuracy does matter and a very simple way of playing as well. I mean, nothing really very great. We can perhaps see the game.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's do a quick roundup of how this game panned out. So, Goryachkina was playing white against Harika. She opened with d4. Harika chose the QGD setup against Goryachkina's Catalan, and she went for the bishop b4 idea, bishop d2 with a5. An opening that has been popular in this tournament itself, with two games already played. This was the third one that we saw this opening, and after queen c2 here, c5, Nana had taken on c5 with the pawn against Lano, to which Lano played d4, but here Goryachkina played more accurately with c into d5 first. After c takes the pawn, knight takes, queen b6, e3, pawn into d5. Black has solved the problem with her light squared bishop, but she is saddled with an isolated pawn in the center.
And not that it's very relevant, but perhaps, yeah, she actually got rid of it in the sense she got hanging pawns, which is not, they're not completely isolated. They are supporting, they could be supporting each other, but then again, both can be targeted. And now it's a time element that decides. Actually, I don't think white has advantage in this position, but yeah, the end game that was played, I think was h5.
h5 has been played in many games actually.
Okay, so
one of the top
yeah.
moves in this position. So h5, a preparation move by Harika, even though she did take 2 minutes, but 2 minutes is quite less for the first 14 moves, whereas Goryachkina already down to 1 hour 19 minutes.
Yeah, but now a four sequence with a3 and knight a4 that comes in which black cannot, there can be only two results. So I think it's a four sequence now. I mean, bishop e7 was forced and queen c6 is forced. So perhaps it casts doubt on the correctness of h5 itself, because after that there are no mistakes. The all moves are forced, and we also were able to predict these moves, sacrifice, and well, rook d1. I don't know, bishop into d5
Bishop
itself
d8, we want to point out, was an accurate move here. Bishop d6 would have failed to rook d7, knight takes, and bishop a5. And this is quite worse compared to the position in the game where black managed to save the a5 pawn and give up the d pawn instead. So rook d1 played, knight b6, knight takes, rook takes, or bishop takes. Maybe rook takes would have been better.
Yeah, rook takes
because it clarifies the position a little more.
yeah, maybe she was worried about b4 attacking the pawn and the bishop attacking it. I don't know. Not much is changed, but bishop into b4, rook e8, and bishop into d5, h4 could have been a rook into d5. I don't know. Yes, also possible. Bishop into
Uh, the-
d5. Yeah, but it's still very pleasant for white with only two results possible, and it casts doubt at time wasting with h5. Actually, though there could be many games played, and there could be some great endgame players who could draw this position with black. But again, black is only trying to make a draw, which is already a dubious
Choice.
choice. Yeah, I must say.
And bishop d5 here, rook fc8 by black, all okay here so far. After bishop c3 she played a4, a committal move, because
Yes, I think when you don't have a bishop with that color, and when you're actually trying to defend a difficult position, then you're not playing actively, because you're only encouraging your opponent to uh, act quicker. So I think active moves at this stage don't make sense. Eventually, you could lose a4 pawn, as she actually did, isn't it?
yes, she lost the f4 pawn after bishop f3. Not immediately actually. She
Yeah.
played bishop f3, rook c5, and here bishop b4 was met with rook c2, a very dubious decision
Yes.
by black, because rook c2, bishop c3 traps the rook on
Yeah.
c2.
But
White is
also she had to
threatening.
move the rook to a closed file, which she didn't like, and perhaps why she didn't choose g6, why rook c5, I fail to understand actually.
So
Uh,
already rook c5 is a mistake,
yeah,
because
g6 looks very logical. Why support a pawn with a rook? No?
she doesn't like rook d7, I
Yeah,
think.
but okay, I think it's in your interest to exchange the rook, so you go rook d8 anyway. So uh, yeah, and probably white keeps the rook, but where to? Rook is yeah, and here bishop c6. I'm going to get back the pawn somewhere. I think bishop c5 perhaps. And if you take the no, but yeah, I'm not getting the pawn back. Sorry.
And
So
yes,
maybe
two,
yeah,
three extra pawns.
yes,
It's
but
too
bishop
much.
c6. I want to see if that can be saved. I don't know, but
Yeah, this would be actually quite bad for black, no?
yeah, but bd5 is a threat. I don't want. Yeah, it's already rook c8 perhaps, but bd5 is rook c7 is doesn't make sense. bf7 check. Yeah, and everything. So g6 is also unplayable. In that case, it's further. Boils down to the fact that the opening is very dubious.
So why a4 is such a big mistake is because the a8 square is controlled by this beautiful bishop on this diagonal.
But even if black had the rook on a7, it would be very unfortunate to play such a position.
Right. Had this pawn been on a5, this position would have been much more equal than what it is
Yes, the
now.
strongest piece free to go wherever it wanted. The rook is much stronger minor for fine piece, unlike minor pieces.
So a4, a big positional mistake in this position. And after bishop f3, rook c5, bishop b4, rook to c2. Actually the h5 pawn, it's not at all easy to defend it. Let's say rook b5 runs into bishop c6, rook e5 runs into bishop d6, and
Rook f5 runs into bishop c6 as well, no?
bishop c6 as well. So bishop c6 is a threat, and that's why rook c2 was played. And after bishop c3, it was very important to follow it up with bishop c5. This is the only move in this position
Yes,
which
yeah.
sort of saves the day for white, for black. After bishop e4, we take on c3, pawn takes, bishop takes, and even though white is a pawn up, I mean white will win the a pawn.
Yes, otherwise black will win the game with bb2 and a3, so white probably goes rook a1, yeah?
White will play rook a1, but then we play rook b3, and we will be able to defend this endgame because we are only one pawn down.
Yes, and I think there is no improvement. Sort of, we are going to play rook c1 check next. Maybe with king f8, or I mean, you play bishop d5, then I play rook c1 check or something. So this is a draw, and yeah, I think the ending is drawn.
Yes, this would be a draw, but however, here Harika made the main mistake of the game with rook d8, and blunder which gives away the game, because rook a1, a fantastic find by Goryachkina.
Yeah, but I
And
think
now,
quite simple. And as I saw this position, rook a1 just I mean, some of the moves are very natural. So this move is natural because it guards a3 and prevents black from getting the pawn. So somewhat a unusual move going back to the square, but more natural in this position if you want to play bishop d1 and take the pawn without some tactics against the a3 pawn. So bishop c5 and rook into c3 is ruled out.
and rook a1 was met with g6 supporting h5, but bishop c6, rook c3, pawn takes, bishop takes, and bishop a4, rook a8, bishop b3, rook a3. And now we see what has happened after rook b1. Actually here white need not take on a3 but can simply remain in the rook bishop
Yes.
versus rook bishop endgame
Yeah,
with rook b1.
there could be some chances, drawing chances, although not a forced draw for sure. But there
Yes.
are some white put bishop on d5 and c pawn on c4 and then f4. But I think it should be a forced win anyway. But some chances for sure. And
This could be very difficult to win as white
yeah,
because we will put our pawns on
yeah,
on the dark squares and bring our king, centralize our king, and this will have to be calculated. So rook b1 a more
yes,
natural
obvious
choice.
move again. Yeah, obvious move.
And after bishop d6, bishop d5, you cannot take on c3 because
Yes,
um,
but I think that was rook b7 and you have two pawns.
no,
Rook b, okay, no rook b7.
you can take on c3, but rook b6. The
And you take
problem
the
is
g6 and
g6 is
h5. You take
hanging.
g6 and h5 both. So bd6 was also a big error, I think. But because at the moment king g7 or something. Uh, yeah, but then
Bishop
yeah,
e7.
bishop e7. So you only bd5 take rook into. Yeah, b7 is probably the only move. And white could still try to bring the king to d3 and then move the bishop. It's not a draw at all. I mean, but at least it requires some finesse. After bd6, you know, the white was able to find a tactical opportunities to improve the position regularly.
Yes.
Again, rook b7 could be a normal choice, but she played rook b6. So she's, yeah,
Yeah, it's interesting that she doesn't go for this move, but
yeah,
anyway, you can play rook b7 on the
yes,
next move.
yeah.
So c4, rook a7 played, and let's see how she finished the
Yes, I
game.
think f4 was also equally good, but what she played is safest way of doing it also.
Rook b2, keeping the f2 pawn defended, and after rook a5, rook c2, g5, trying to bring the pawn to
G4. I
g4.
think strategically, although it's a tactically incorrect decision to play G5, it's the best thing because if White gets F4 structure, White was completely winning. F4 and King F3 and E4, E5 would have won very easily.
So
So
king
correct move, yeah,
e6. King e6 was played by black with the
yeah,
idea to play f5
yeah,
and rook c4.
yeah.
And here black did not play f5 because maybe she does
Bishop
not
D7,
like.
but I think that was necessary to put King on F6 and prevent Rook F4 all the time. So
Yes, maybe f5 was the best move here, but she played rook b5, and after bishop c6, rook to b2.
yeah,
Rook a5 was better, keeping
yes,
the c pawn attacked, because after rook to b2, rook
she's
d4
losing more pawns now.
was strong, and bishop e5 was met with bishop to d7 check. King e7 runs into rook d5, and here bishop c3 would not work because of c6 c7.
Yes, Bishop E1 C7, and there's no real threats. So I think the game has been conducted great technique, but more or less a tactical solution to all strategic problems. I think that seems like, see again a tactical solution. You give the C6 pawn, but you are BD7 check. So
Here is it possible to, yeah, again it's not possible to play bishop g3 because of bishop
yeah,
g6
yeah,
check. The d7 rook is guarded, and after rook moves, again bishop g3 fails to bishop g6 or bishop d7. So king f8, rook h5, and the g4 pawn also falls, and this is 3 pawns down and impossible to save.
yeah.
So after bishop c3, king f1, preventing bishop e1 here, attacking f2, rook b5, bishop d3, rook a5, and h4, black resigned.
Yes, I mean White just plays H5, H6, and H7 check perhaps. So you probably have to play F5 and give one more pawn. Yeah, so
Yes,
nothing.
and
I mean, yeah.
g4 also.
Yes, perhaps, yeah, also. So now anytime you play F5, you are bound to lose that pawn as it is. So and yeah, so well, very one-sided game and I mean H5 dubious choice. That's how sometimes the variations are refuted. I think this is going to be a strategically important game for those who play this Bishop B4 and A5 system. So let's see how the things are taken into account at the highest level in chess. I mean, there could be there are many moves which sort of decide the fate of variations, and here probably the A5 and C5 pawn C5 idea could be in some trouble. So, well, it strong game, very strong game. I think
Yeah.
objectively the best played game by White. I mean, the accuracy maybe 99% or maybe
Incredible game.
yeah.
Actually, this could be one of the modern classics
Yes, I think
because
almost 99% or 99.5% accuracy. I mean, I don't see a single the second best move. Maybe second best move or third best move. But yes, from accuracy point of view, this is the most accurate game of this tournament.
yeah, kudos to Gorechkina for such a splendid display of strength, in-game strength, and Harika maybe opening choice wasn't that great, but Harika can come back really strongly. Only 2 rounds to go, and the fight is incredible in this tournament. We had two results for White today. Goryachkina Alexandra winning against Harika Dronavali, and then Nino Batsiashvili winning against Polina Shuvalova as well. And two more games ended in a draw with Vaishali drawing against Koneru Hampi, a good result for Vaishali there, and Asubaeva Bibisara making a draw against Nana Zagnidze in a great position, but in the end she missed Bishop c6 and then offered a draw which was accepted by Nana. So not much. Not much to complain about in this tournament. Wonderful games, fighting spirit by all the players.
Yes, sometimes great techniques, sometimes great tactics, sometimes interesting errors, and yes, it's a very lively tournament, I must say.
Yes.
Despite its stature and in such tournaments, players tend to play safer. If in the, I think in women probably they're more fighting. Women's chess is more fighting than men's chess, I must say, at top level. So it's a great thing. I think it's great to watch all these games. But this was Goryachkina, highest rated player in the tournament along with Hampi, has really shown a class which is probably 2700, 2750 class, I must say.
Definitely, Gorechkina's game is the game of the day for us commentators here. Do let us know in the comments what do you think was the best game of today's round. Was there any player who has impressed you so far? Is there any move that you really liked? Do let us know your feedback in the comments to the stream. And thank you so much for watching. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us and watch the games with us, to have your questions in the chat. Do join us for the last 2 rounds. This is the most crucial stage of the tournament.
The last round is not at 3 p.m. but it's at 1 p.m. So let us tell them right now. So
But that's day after.
Yes, tomorrow is 3 o'clock and last is at 1 p.m.
Yes, day after tomorrow is the last round, but tomorrow the penultimate round is still to be played at 3 p.m. So do join us. The stream starts at 3:15 as always, Indian Standard Time. It's great to have you with us. Take care, good night, and see you tomorrow.